X or something. That's what I was thinking.
A little.
That's very cheeky of you.
A little meet cute in the dairy section. Bump into the car. Oh, yes. You're getting 1% today. I'm getting whole milk.
Phone on right now.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good Wednesday afternoon. No, good morning. Good Wednesday morning to you. Thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Marlisa Goldsmith in for Garrett Weimer today. Listen, we have got a packed show for you today, shaping up to be pretty busy. So I want to thank you for taking time out of your day to join us here. We've got a lot planned coming up in the next hour. I'm so glad you could be here with us. We are learning a little bit more about the City Beautiful launching a robo-taxi program with Tesla, and we have been hearing all about this for a while now. So I want to get out to Fox 35's Marley Capper, who has been following this story for us and has more on this.
Good morning. Well, Orlando was one of 7 cities across the country picked to launch this new robo-taxi with Tesla. And of course, with all the technology and tourism that we have here in Central Florida, they probably thought it was a perfect place to do it. Here's how it works. You open up the Tesla app like any other rideshare app and set your pickup location and watch the map as your driverless car navigates towards you. Rides can cost around $3.25 to start, then $1 for every mile you ride, similar to a taxi. Plus, there's no tipping or surge spikes during busy hours. Now, of course, no autonomous system is completely flawless, and developers acknowledge that there's still a learning curve on real-world roads.
It's gotten perfect enough where they go, you know, taxi drivers get in accidents sometimes. It's enough where we're going to monitor these vehicles, let them go, and kind of just figure out the next steps.
For now, you can ride anywhere inside the 25 to 45 square mile in the app's active green zones, which focus around the airport corridor near Cimarron and Lee Vista Boulevard, where we are now. So not a ton of places you can go just yet. That means RoboTaxi does not currently drop off or pick up at MCO, so no airport, no Disney, no Universal, no SeaWorld, and no downtown Orlando. Tesla's Cybercabs were unveiled a few years ago. They're coming soon. No official date on when they're being rolled out just yet, but for now, we'll send things back to you.
Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Jessica Dobson is joining us on this Wednesday. Hi, Jess. So good to see you today.
Hi, Marlisa. Very happy to be here. I don't get to see you very often, so we get to cross paths finally.
I know. So excited. Okay,
yes.
We're halfway through the week.
Yeah.
What's the weather shaping up like out there?
It's going to be drier today, I think, even than yesterday. Not too much drier, but 20% chance of rain. I mean, that's pretty low.
Yeah.
It's what means it's going to be hotter. So
right.
We'll talk about it because we're also talking about the tropics, and the tropics actually has a little bit to do with our rain and storm chances over the course of the next couple of days. So
okay,
gotta buckle up here. But when it comes to the tropics, yes, we are still tracking Tropical Storm Bertha, which is working its way across the northern Gulf, likely going to make landfall sometime today across southern and southeastern Louisiana. It is going to gradually weaken as it works its way westward over the course of the next couple of days, picking up speed ever so slightly, but not really expected to strengthen much. If anything, it will weaken, at least with the latest forecast track. We are going to be expecting it to gradually move towards Texas, depending on how much time it can spend, maybe a little bit over water there across southern Louisiana as it works its way closer to the border between the state lines of Texas and Louisiana. Could make a big difference in just how much rain it may or may not bring to Texas. As of right now, it's been looking pretty dry. And speaking of dry, it's pretty dry out here in Central Florida as well here at home. Temperature-wise, we'll make it to a high of 96 degrees in Orlando. Yeah, that is a hot day. Our average high is 92 degrees, so we are going to be well above normal. We'll see a 20% chance of afternoon and evening showers and storms. It'll take a little while for these to get going, but it is going to be a hot day, feeling even hotter once we do factor in some of that humidity. So let's talk about future clouds and radar, because through the early afternoon, they're going to be pretty few and far between as far as showers and storms go. Very isolated. It looks like most of them are going to stay inland, so away from the coast. If you're maybe wanting to head out to the beaches, it does look likely that most of the beaches are going to be pretty dry, maybe with the exception of northern Volusia into Flagler County, but going to be a close call. As we fast forward, though, towards about 7 to 8 o'clock, still pretty dry, but the sea breeze does try to kick up a couple more showers and storms near sunset, say by about 8, 9 o'clock, kind of similar to like what we saw yesterday. So last night and last, which did dry out, but we saw it yesterday late afternoon and evening. So fast forward towards about 10 o'clock, still seeing a couple lingering showers just east of I-75, but west of Orlando and Sumter Lake and Marion counties. That's where we could see a couple of these downpours trying to take off as we head towards, say, later on this afternoon and evening. Similar situation, though, the next couple of days. So Tropical Storm Bertha is going to help to pull away some tropical moisture that we would normally have kind of overhead, or just moisture in general, over the course of the next couple of days. So drier air as a result will filter in. That's going to help to keep our rain and storm chances on the lower side over the course of the next couple of days. So down to a 20% chance tomorrow, Thursday, Friday. Back up, though, by the weekend as more typical moisture filters back in. 40% chance on Saturday and a 50% chance on Sunday. So here's your 7-day forecast. You'll notice as our storm chances go down, temperatures go back up. So a high of 97 for Friday and Saturday. It is going to be very steamy, hot and humid. Wouldn't be shocked if we did see a couple of heat advisories get thrown into the mix as we head towards Friday and Saturday. Those do look to be the hottest days of the next 7, and then we'll see about a 50% chance of rain towards the second half of the weekend and early parts of next week. Kind of back to schedule as usual. Still a little above normal temperature-wise, but so far, at least it looks like the hottest days of the week will be on Friday and Saturday. So yeah, definitely feeling like summer in July around here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, we wouldn't have it any other way, would we?
I suppose not. At least it's going to be kind of dry the next couple of days,
right.
But just we won't be completely out of the woods.
Yeah. A little reprieve we won't complain about from all of the wet sogginess, even though I know so many places need it.
Yes, that's very true. But I personally don't mind when we have a couple of drier days. It means I can maybe go out and read my book in the pool or go to the beach and be less concerned about lightning.
Absolutely. Definitely agree with you on that.
Yeah.
All right, Jessica Dobson, we certainly appreciate you joining us here. Thank you so much. Definitely good information there from Jessica, especially as you're planning out your week. I know that we're winding down summer vacations and time to spend at home with the kids. So a lot of people still looking to get out, maybe hit some of the theme parks, maybe just do some outdoor activities like Jess just mentioned there. When it comes to just enjoying the last days of summer, it seems like every single year we say this, right? That school is right around the corner. It seems like the kids, or the parents for that matter, didn't get much of a summer break. It seems like it just keeps getting shorter and shorter. But maybe it's just me. I would love to know what people are up to for the rest of the summer. You can find me on social media. Send me a message. Let's make this a conversation here on this Wednesday afternoon. I'd love to hear more about that. In the meantime, we have something that is happening right now, and I do want to get you a live look of what's going on. The House Foreign Affairs Committee is holding a hearing right now on UN accountability, and we're expecting to hear testimony from Ambassador Mike Waltz. I want to go ahead and take you live out there to Washington, D.C. right now.
China's 9-dash line, and they said there's no legal basis for what China is claiming here, and they are encroaching on the Philippines' EEZ. Obviously, that's been ignored. It's not been enforced and so forth, and it does create a real flashpoint that I worry about. I'd like you guys to give us an update. Internally, the UN's looking at UN 80 reforms, if that's working, and then also strategically, I do want to modernize the UN. I do want to make it an effective organization that's reflective of its original core mission and reflective of the 21st century world. What would need to happen for us to make those reforms take place to change the P5 membership?
Well, thank you. I'll give a very broad answer, and we have our ambassador here who has the unenviable mission of actually leading that reform. There's a number of reforms underway under this Secretary General. One of the questions we're asking the candidates of the next Secretary General is what would they keep, what would they discard, and what do they propose themselves. But for example, set aside the debate on climate. I don't think we need 7 agencies that list as its primary, with its own headquarters, own executive bodies, right, that are focused on that issue. Let's get it down to 1, do less, better. We have 4. These are the Secretary General's proposals, not mine.
I do worry about the P5 not reflecting today's world, though. And
so I'll just tell you very candidly, Representative Berra, there is very little consensus, whether it's on Russia, China, UK, France. On the P5, there has been proposals to have more elected members. There have been proposals to make them permanent, but not have a veto. It's really kind of all over the map in terms of Security Council reform. And the Secretary General is part of UN 80. That's not part of it. Okay. So there's just a lot of discussion and not a lot of consensus.
And if we were to try to put some muscle into it, lean in, what's the best? Because again, I think the UN is going to be very hard to reform in its current structure with the permanent membership of the
I think we could make personally the most gains by what happens in the General Assembly, where you just have literally 80 years of accumulated mandates that then the UN bureaucracy has to try to fulfill. There's no end date, there's no cost associated, there's no deconfliction, and we actually just worked with New Zealand, who led this reform effort, to try to put some brackets and some guidelines around what happens in the General Assembly. That also drives costs onto the UN Secretariat that they struggle to fulfill, and it's one of the reasons they've done nothing but grow for 80 years. I don't know if you want to
Congressman, if I just may jump in, an example of U.S. leadership working with the Secretariat, the Secretary General has for 10 years tried to reform the credit system at the UN. And it's crazy. Basically, the system was whatever the assessments were, what was unspent, there would be a refund based on the assessments, not based on what people contributed. And the UN, regardless of who was paying what, the UN was on a pathway to insolvency of anything else because these credits were just growing. We took the mantle of leadership working with lots of other countries at the most recent second resumed session of the Fifth Committee, and after a decade of the Secretary General pushing on this issue, we ultimately, with U.S. leadership, reform the credit system. It's for a 4-year trial period. We all want to see how it works out. But that's the type of thing, to Ambassador Waltz's point, this is happening in the GA, and I'll say proudly in the Fifth Committee, which is completely consensus-driven. It's the most professionally challenging thing I've ever worked on in my life. It's actually crazy when you say 193 countries have to agree, but somehow it works. It's 3 different bites at the budget. We'll have, Sarah, when we come back and see you next, we'll see how the regular budget goes this fall and then into the next Secretary General. But those types of reforms, that type of working together to common sense, but sometimes a lot of times it takes a lot of leadership just to get there, and we're providing that leadership. But thank you for the question.
Representative Perry.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, ambassadors, for being here. I'm going to start with Ambassador Bartos, since colleague on the other side of the aisle essentially accused the United States and this administration of not caring about children. So I just want to highlight the case of, or the fact that there are 747 open cases, including minors, among the victims of sex used as currency for food and shelter by the organization itself. And just, Ambassador Bartos, if you want to take a moment to briefly address America's views on that circumstance.
First of all, General, it's great to see you.
All right, we'll be keeping a very close eye on what comes out of this hearing, and we'll be sure to let you know what we find out. In the meantime, we still have a lot to go in this 11 o'clock hour. We want to go ahead and take a quick break, and then we'll have more information coming up next after this break, because it's a big story that we're talking about. One of our area airports is making some changes. As we head to break, again, I got to give props to our CTV team here at Fox 35. Listen, they have been guiding me through, doing a great job. So as we go to break, we're celebrating. It's midweek, and Johnny suggested we go to break with a little bit of a wave. So I'll start it off, Johnny. Hit it. There we go. Yes, we love it. Oh, this would not be what it is without this team. All right, thanks so much. We will be right back after this break.
Check like that.
their roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Good afternoon. Again, Marlisa Goldsmith here, joining us from the CTV studios. Thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus. Very jam-packed hour for you here. We want to talk about a big story. Tampa International planning to move TSA to private contractors, and then some changes when it comes to its security operations. We do have a guest that I want to bring in, Mr. Stephen Hooper, who actually is an assistant professor at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University, and I'm really hoping that he was just there a couple of minutes ago. Aaron, it looks like we may have lost him. He's here?
I'm still here.
Oh, there it is. Okay. For some reason, we didn't have your image up there, but there you are. All right. Thank you so much for being here with us. We appreciate you.
Sure.
Okay. So talk to me a little bit about this new TSA program.
Well, TSA Gold Plus, it's nothing more than a force multiplier. If you think about airports are still considered a soft target. Airlines, jets, airplanes, the runway, the airplanes themselves, the terminals, they're hardened targets. But the airports themselves are pretty soft targets because people can come and go anytime they want. And so this is just reinforcing that layer between the public side and then the airline side, which again becomes the hardened target. And the benefit of having the private sector, it's a force multiplier, it's more technology, you're always guaranteed to have enough people to man those security stations. So I don't see it as a bad thing getting the private sector involved. Remember, a lot of us remember before 9/11 when it was all private sector. There was no TSA. So this is just kind of bringing back the old approach.
Yeah, you're right about that. Okay, so when it comes to changes that we will see for your everyday traveler who's going through the airport, what can we expect? Do you think that we'll see even longer lines, or what can we expect here?
I'm guessing we won't see any change. You probably won't feel it at all. Again, it's more bodies to help smooth the lines and get people through the security checkpoints. It'll be interesting to see if the security elements are spread throughout the terminal for more visual security. TSA monitors behavior, monitors passengers as they go throughout the terminal. It'll be interesting to see if you have experts or specially trained private sector entities that are doing the same thing. So it's not so much about at the magnetometers and at the checkpoints. I think those lines will continue to be as smooth as they can make them. And in fact, it may even make it faster because you have more bodies and more specially trained folks to get people through the security checkpoints.
I mean, that's a good point to bring up. So when it comes to TSA providing more of an oversight, if you will, are we looking at job loss when it comes to TSA agents and all of the people that they employ at the airports?
It shouldn't have much of an impact. The reason for the need for the partnership is there are federal regulations that need to be adhered to since the creation of TSA. So the private sector will still have to have federal government oversight because of the federal regulations that have been instituted over the years. No, I don't see where it should have any impact on personnel. Again, it's more of a force multiplier than causing any restriction to or reduction in any workforce.
Yeah. Okay. So Tampa, just one of the latest airports to join the list. Tell me, how long do you think it would be before we see this happening in all of our airports across the country?
Well, if it's successful in Tampa, I think because Tampa's a significant airport, I think you're going to probably see it more often. There's a reason this was offered. It was both a need and an experiment by the government to see if they could support financially. Because if you bring in private sector entities, then that's money the TSA doesn't need to spend on additional resources or even additional technology, because private sector can bring in their own technology and they're paying their own people. So if this is successful at Tampa, it wouldn't surprise me at all. There's been hints about private security coming back into the game for years now, and this is just a good pilot program for that, and some of the major airports might start looking at it.
Got it. Okay, so talk to me about the airport working to select a private security contractor. What goes into that, into choosing who they choose, who they operates this, how long it'll take to make the transition?
Well, these security agencies will revamp their security training and capability if they start getting tasked with airport-style security, as opposed to buildings and other contract employee or contract security programs. Then they'll have to ramp up or enhance their quote-unquote airport security expertise. And that could be everything from learning magnetometers to learning how to assess behavior and things like that. So it'll be on the security companies to start to focus their capabilities. If they want to be part of this expansion at airports, they'll need to focus their training to specifically airport-style security.
Gotcha. Okay, so talk to me about next steps. Now that this decision has been made, what's the very next step that happens? And is this something that travelers will visibly see at first?
If people are paying attention, they'll probably realize that there's people checking them that are not wearing a TSA uniform. That'll be the first indicator. But as far as how long it takes to input this, it's a matter of working out contractual obligations, financial obligations, and so forth. But, dealing with the government and getting things in place usually takes a little bit longer than if it was a couple of private sectors. But, they'll get it put in place. But, again, the passengers going through, they just want to get through the line. So whoever's checking them, they just trust that they're being checked, and other people are being checked too, whether they have a TSA uniform on or are they wearing a private sector or some other security uniform.
Let's talk dollars and cents here. When it comes to the money that's spent on TSA versus using these private contractors, what's the difference?
That's a good question. There's the way government budgets work is they have a annual budget. They're budgeted X amount per fiscal year, and September's coming up. So does this cause a reduction in TSA's budget allocation because they now have a private sector partner that's going to absorb some of the cost, or does their budget remain the same? So that's what the appropriations committees in Congress are going to have to deal with. Is the goal here to reduce the TSA expenditures, the TSA budgets going forward, and every September reduce it a little more, or because we're now bringing in private sector money. It'll be interesting to see. That's a great question.
It definitely will be. I mean, it seems like these days, especially, everyone wants to know, okay, how much money is this going to cost before we're going full
exactly.
How much is this going to cost? Is it going to be more as the years go on? So definitely something, you know, people will definitely be keeping a close eye on for sure. So when it comes to this, I want to know from an educational standpoint, as a professor at Embry-Riddle University, is this something that you all are incorporating and talking about in your lessons coming up this semester?
Well, on the aviation side, so I'm on the security side, and then there's the aviation side, and there is aviation security that's woven into the aviation programs, as well as the engineering side and the business side. It's all factored in. So yeah, this will be the aviation security side, and on my side, the national security side. The fact that there's now private sector entities working at the airports are going to have to be factored in to subjects to the educational process, because the students that leave our university are going to have to be aware that all this is going on. It only makes sense.
Right, absolutely. It seems like even more opportunities out there for the students who are going on matriculating through higher education and entering the workforce, definitely.
It will.
Yeah. Is there anything else that you wanted to bring up or mention that maybe we didn't touch on? This is very fascinating to me.
Yeah, the last thing is I'll touch on is the thing I started off with is, remember, we've got that wall. Once we're going to get to the terminals and the jets, it becomes a hardened target. The concern of the national security side of education at Embry-Riddle University is the front end. Before they get to that hardened side, it's a soft target. The areas, the baggage claim, the check-ins and the ticket counters, and even the parking lots out front. How is there going to be a partnership? Does that change for that side of the fence with these private sector security entities coming in?
Got it. Assistant Professor Stephen Hooper, we certainly appreciate you and your insight you've provided for this topic. Thanks so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
You're more than welcome.
Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
Well, that was very insightful. I mean, good to know more about that and what's going on when it pertains to the future here of airport security. Listen, we still have much more coming up. Don't go too far. We'll be back with more here on Fox 35 News Plus.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Hi there again. Happy Wednesday to you. Thanks so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus. It is midweek and we're feeling good. A lot of topics that we have to discuss today. And I know space obviously is a big topic of discussion around here in Central Florida, of course. And we want to talk about SpaceX efforting a Starship launch again tomorrow. The time right now, the window opens at 6:45, or the launch is scheduled right now, 6:45 p.m. After the last one, you may remember, scheduled for last Friday, it actually had to be scrubbed at the last second because the engines failed to ignite during that final ignition sequence. So we want to go ahead and bring in our expert here, Ken Kramer, the founding manager, editor of Space Up Close. Hi there, Ken. So good to see you. Uh-oh, I may not have your volume up. Okay, let's try that again. Hi there, Ken.
Hi, nice to see you.
Nice to see you as well. Okay, so when it comes to this, let's talk about some of these specific upgrades that were made to the Raptor engines to kind of prevent the scrub that we saw that happened last week. Talk to me about that.
Well, they made a lot of upgrades. This is the latest version, the version 3 of the Raptors. So the kind of problem they had could really happen with any version, an ignition abort. It's rare, but it does happen. And in fact, it happened on that Falcon 9 rocket the next day from a rocket out at Vandenberg. So that's why you never know. It ain't over till it's over, as the saying goes. You can ignite the engines, and the purpose of that is to test them. Could be for a few seconds, and if they don't all ignite, then you abort on the pad, and that's a good thing. And in this case, 4 of the Raptor engines didn't fire. Their limit is 3, and they have 33 of them, so 3 is 10%. So beyond that is unacceptable. Mm-hmm. So these things do happen. With even experienced rockets. Like I said, the Falcon 9 has flown like 600 times, and they had an ignition abort. It's a different engine on Sunday. So it's a rare event, but it does happen. And, everything has to be perfect. And if it's not, then the computer stops the countdown. So we don't have an issue like an explosion, like the last time I talked to you about Blue Origin, okay, and they had an issue with the engine. They still don't know the root cause, but that's what we don't want to have. We don't want to have an explosion, okay? And you guys asked me a question that has stuck with me that night. Credibility. You guys asked me, does Blue Origin have credibility? And I've really thought about that a lot. Great question. And that's what, the issue is here today and really every day. Do any of these companies have credibility? They have to prove it, as I told you that night, to the public and to themselves that they have it.
Yeah. So when it comes to satellites being deployed, maybe about the Starlink V3 satellites, compared to smaller versions, how difficult is it to deploy?
Well, it's completely different. This is like a Pez dispenser where they open the side of the rocket and they shoot them out. Okay.
Oh, wow. That's a good
Whereas
analogy.
in the Falcon 9, they're on this ring and they shoot them out that way. After they get rid of the nose cone. There is no nose cone. It's the whole rocket basically for the Starship. So it's kind of like completely different.
Gotcha.
And these were real Starlinks V2s. They're about like 9 times the size. They're much bigger because the Starship upper stage is much bigger than the nose cone on the Falcon 9 or the Falcon Heavy.
Okay.
So these are much more capable satellites.
Yeah.
So that was the goal, but it's a suborbital test. So they're not going into orbit. They're just going to deploy 20 of them. 6 of them have cameras so that they can shoot back video of the deployment sequence and look at what the upper stage and look at what the boost stage, the first stage, what does it look like, and give us some views as it's plummeting back to Earth. So that's the purpose of that. And we can get into the Starlinks versus what they really should be doing if you want to do that.
Well, talk to me about it.
Okay, so as I've told you and other networks, SpaceX should focus on the human lander. They're wasting time, as far as I'm concerned, focusing on these Starlinks. They have a contract from NASA in 2021 to get the human lander to the south pole of the moon with our astronauts. That's what the Starship upper stage is. And I think that's what they should focus on. And they are way behind schedule, way over budget. There's nothing on this rocket that gets them to the Starship. They have just propellant attachment points, and that's it, cryogenic propellant. To get to the moon, they have to launch 15 of these and then transfer the propellant from one Starship to the other Starship, and then over 15 flights, which is going to take time, and then only then can they send the Orion capsule with the 4 astronauts to the moon. So I think they should focus on that, okay? Because we're in a race with China. I don't have to tell you that. And it's going to be a matter of months. This is so far behind schedule. It is so complicated compared to the Chinese. In 2 flights or 3 flights, they're going to get their astronauts to the moon, to the South Pole, much more simply than we are. So this is a very complicated architecture. We talked a little bit about Blue Origin. You know, they had that rocket explosion. That's their human lander on the upper stage. And now that's also on hold. They're working on the upper stage, but they don't have a rocket to launch it yet because they don't even have the root cause yet. So there's a lot of complicating factors here, critical factors, to get our astronauts to the moon. And I think that should be the focus, not commercial Starlink satellites. That's good for their bottom line. But you know what? It doesn't get us to the moon. We have to be getting to the moon before China does and claim it for themselves.
Okay,
that's
so
my opinion.
You brought up this race. When it comes to the race, based off of your opinion that you just shared, do you feel that we aren't focused as much on the race as maybe we once were? Or have we given up at this point? Are we just trying to do our own thing and run our own race? Hate to be cliche there,
We're
but
dependent. Yeah, NASA, we haven't given up. No,
yeah.
NASA has not given up. And but the problem is these 2 companies, Blue Origin and SpaceX, have the contractors. So NASA is dependent on them. There's not a third option. NASA's not building its own lunar lander, all right? They have the SLS, which I have here, okay, and the Orion, all right? And they're working just fine. 2 perfect flights. We just saw Artemis 2. But to get to the South Pole, they need a lander that's built by either SpaceX or Blue Origin. And the way I see it, SpaceX is not focused on the lunar lander. This test flight 13 is a perfect example. They're deploying Starlinks. It doesn't get us to the human landing system at all, really. And the Blue Origin, no, they haven't given up. They got the contract 4 years later, but they just had a rocket explode. So they can work on the human lander as much as they want, and they should. These companies both need to be working 24/7 on that human lander, but they need rockets to get them there, all right? And that is the problem. And the human landers even are behind schedule. They want to launch them on Artemis 3 next year. So for Blue Origin, it'll be a prototype, but at least the astronauts on Artemis 3 will enter the cabin of the Blue Origin lander, the Blue Moon lander. And for SpaceX, they're not. They don't have a pressurized cabin on the Starship, so the astronauts will just dock with the Starship, like what's launching today. They're going to add a docking ring, and that's it. So that doesn't really get NASA very far to the moon. And Jared Isaacman and the previous NASA administrator, Bill Nelson, they both said we're in a race with China. It is a matter of months. Really, a matter of months, and we're behind.
Yeah.
These companies need to focus. So no, NASA hasn't given up, but these companies, they need to adopt 24/7 work, get the job done, or we're going to lose. And there needs to be a extreme focus on getting that done. And I'm not sure it's there. I don't see it for SpaceX, unfortunately. They're a great company, SpaceX. Okay.
Yeah.
done a great job on Falcon 9, Falcon Heavy, Crew Dragon to the International Space Station. They basically saved it so we can get our astronauts there. But the Starship is completely different. And there's so many versions of the Starship, they need to focus on the human lander.
Yeah. Well, before I let you go, speaking of Starship, I want to talk briefly about industry impact here. How is Starship's massive payload capacity kind of changing how maybe scientists are designing the future space telescopes and kind of deep space probes here?
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm a scientist, so I'm all in favor of science and science probes. Unfortunately, this administration cut the science budget for NASA by 50%. We need the Congress to come together in a bipartisan way this year, like they did last year, to save NASA science. And the Starship and these other rockets, they will enable bigger telescopes and more missions, but NASA needs money to fund those missions. So there's a lot of capacity out there to do so many great things in exploration of the solar system and the cosmos, enabled by these bigger rockets. But we need the funding to take advantage of that. And commercial companies are helping out NASA with that, developing low-cost orbiters and landers. Mm-hmm. That's what's going to happen at the South Pole of the moon. NASA has contracted a lot of commercial companies to build the moon base, okay, to bring the first pieces of the moon base there later this year and early next year before the astronauts land, 2028, 2029. We'll see when it happens. So, yeah, these rockets enable greater science, bigger telescopes, but there needs to be the funding to fund the missions to carry it out.
Absolutely. All right. Well, listen, Ken Kramer, as always, we appreciate you for dropping by and giving us your input. Very valuable as we prepare to watch this, hopefully the launch that is scheduled to happen tomorrow. So thank you for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thank you. Thank you. And they just launched that robotic mission, yesterday to save satellites. And you showed some of my launch pictures. So that's another capability. I know we're out of time, but I just wanted to mention it. Oh. Thanks for showing my pictures. And that is a gigantic capability when you can refuel, upgrade, save satellites that are out of fuel or malfunctioning. Mm-hmm. And that's what that mission, the MRV MEP mission built by Northrop Grumman, is all about. It has military applications too. Save these billion-dollar satellites instead of having to buy a new one.
There you have it from the one and only Ken Kramer. We appreciate you as always.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
All right. Again, that was Ken Kramer joining us here live, the founding managing editor of Space Up Close. We always appreciate him dropping by and contributing. Okay, we are going to take a quick break here, and we'll come back with much more on Fox 35 News Plus.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Again, thanks so much for being here with us on Fox 35 News Plus on this Wednesday morning. I'm Marlisa Goldsmith in for Garrett Weimer this week. So thanks for being here with us. We have covered an array of topics already, and it's only 11:46 this morning. We still have much more to go with our time left here. We want to turn our attention to Iran now. A lot of news coming out of this. President Donald Trump, if you're following this, he's now threatened to actually bomb bridges and power plants unless Iran resumes talks. And we want to go ahead and bring in one of our local experts, Dr. Uman Saudri, the associate professor at UCF. Thank you so much for being here with us, Professor. We appreciate it. I'm sorry, say that one more time.
I said, thank you for inviting me.
There we go. Oh, yes, we appreciate it. We love to turn to you for kind of a little bit more insight into what is going on. So tell me, what do you make of these recent threats from the president? What are you taking from this?
I think we lost.
Uh-oh. Professor Saudri?
Hello?
Just checking. Yeah, can you hear me? You may have lost me there. Professor, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hi. Professor, just checking to see if you can hear me. Okay, we still have a lot to talk to about him, so I want to make sure that we get him back. Yes, Professor, can you hear me?
Now I can. I think we had some technical. Yes.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you so much for working with us here. Okay, so what I was trying to ask you was, with these recent threats now coming from the president, what do you make of this?
Before we start, I would like to use this opportunity to express my deepest sympathy to the families of the servicemen and women who lost their life in defense of our country.
Absolutely.
They made the biggest sacrifice for our security. In terms of what is happening recently in Iran, I think President is rather frustrated with the Iranians because the Iranian leadership, very frankly, feels like the time is on their side. And they think that they have survived the first 2 months of the extensive bombing, and then obviously there was a ceasefire, and then from time to time obviously exchanges of the military campaign between the two of them. So they feel kind of more confident. And one thing we need to consider is that the current Iranian leadership is very different from the previous one. Yes, of course there are the followers of the previous leaders, but the previous leaders were usually on the older side, a little bit more cautious, and they were sometimes looking for signs. Many of these are really close followers of the Shiite, sect of Islam, which sometimes looks for signs in terms of making decisions. The new groups are basically coming from the, Revolutionary Guard. Actually, Revolutionary Guard, to the best of our knowledge, right now has taken pretty much over the leadership, very outward, and even the current supreme leader, who is the second son of the previous supreme leader, he seems to be pretty much under, under their influence and protection. So they have a very different agenda. They seem confident that they have survived. Okay, we can maybe destroy more bridges and getting into basically dual usage, facilities, but they feel that the time is with them, especially since they have basically, gained power much more significant than the nuclear one from their perspective, and that is keeping the world economy hostage. By what? By controlling the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, I hear you on that. So tell me, how might the Iranian regime respond to these recent threats?
Well, what they are trying to, the signals are giving us is for whatever we do, they're going to do something similar in the region. Okay. Of course, they don't have the capability to attack us Americans directly from, thousands of, miles away. But they can make sure to make the job difficult for our, servicemen and women in the region. As you notice, the 4 people who were killed, 3 of them were in one of our bases in Jordan. Well, Jordan is quite far away, Interesting enough, I noticed that they are trying to make sure that they are targeting in a way that they are not providing Israel with an excuse to bomb them. They don't want to get Israel involved anymore. I don't think our president wants Israel to be involved. So this would be actually a much easier type of conflict in terms of it's just basically to, participate. But seems like the situation is continuing, as I mentioned, I think they, are under impression that the time is with them and they're absorbing one after another these blows, and we can go after, basically every single launch pad, mobile launch pads that they have, but they can do the same thing. Now that we are threatening actually with the, facilities that would be, civilian use, I'm sure you heard that they attacked the desalination plants in Kuwait. They have attacked some of the other civilian, facilities, and that they're trying basically to signal that they're willing to go one-on-one.
Now, Professor, the administration says they're doing this to, in a way, force Iran back to the negotiating table, right? But realistically, can Iran's leaders afford to negotiate while their country just continues to be bombed?
Well, anything when you deal with Iran, anything is possible, to be honest with you. The issue right here, from our perspective, is that you can take the horse to the water, you can't force them to drink. They are basically after a better deal. Now they feel like beside getting some kind of guarantees for the nuclear energy that they have, they might be able to get something else to pay for all the damages that has been done in the last 5.5 months or something. So I think they are after that. And plus regime security. One of the things that the revolutionary Iran has always been concerned since the revolution in 1979 is if the regime is going to be surviving, because that is the most basic needs of any political unit, to survive.
Yeah. So what does this mean for the stability of the entire region over there, looking forward, looking ahead?
Well, again, their message, I think, is very clear that if they don't feel secure, they're going to make sure everybody else does not feel secure, and, that is very, very, very clear. I mean, we attack, 1 or 2 targets here, they attack 1 or 2 targets there, The president has obviously decided to use maximum pressure again, and they're doing their best to use their version of maximum pressure on us and our allies.
Gotcha. So then if things get worse, do you think that Iran will bring in some of the neighboring countries into the conflict to kind of pressure the U.S. into ceasefire?
Well, as I mentioned, they are not interested in getting Israel involved, that's for sure. And most of their neighbors, that they have, been a target of some of Iranian drones and missiles and everything, they have basically played a very smart, game, and that is trying to minimize the damage, trying to intercept those, drones and the missiles, but they have not retaliated. That would give a much bigger reason for Iranians to target them even more. You can see, for example, what the Jordanians have done, what the Kuwaitis, Qataris, which, the Qataris actually playing a very significant role because they're trying to actually like a go between, so they're all trying to minimize the chance of expanding this conflict. And I think that's a very wise decision.
Got it. Okay, I also wanted to briefly mention or ask you about President Trump signing off on the deal that could lead to Saudi Arabia enriching uranium there. What are your thoughts on that?
I thought that's a very interesting news. Why? Because, if you recall, the president, earlier this year was suggesting that I don't understand why Iran would want to have what nuclear, energy at all. A country that is so rich in oil and gas. Well, guess what? Saudi Arabia is even richer in those areas. Well, Iran has an excuse because Iran is the most populous country in the Persian Gulf with like about 93 million people. Saudi Arabia is about a third the size of Iran. But I think the president is also trying to give, again, there are a lot of diplomatic signals going along in the region, in addition to all the military engagement that we see over there. It's trying to show that, look, if you have a good relationship with us, if you are playing a positive role, if your role is constructive and, you're a part of the community of the nations and you're a friend of America, we are willing to be very kind to you. And that's going to be a very interesting one. Of course, it has a business dimension too. Let's don't forget about that. Saudi Arabia from scratch developing nuclear energy, that involves a lot of American companies, that it would involve a lot of money, billions of dollars to pay for, not just the facilities, training, this, that, conducting. I mean, it's very sophisticated operation. It's not like an overnight, type of, facilities or, plans or something. So that's another dimension of that.
Yeah. Very, very useful insight. Dr. Uman Sadri, UCF Associate Professor. As always, we appreciate you for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus. Thank you so much.
Thank you for inviting me. Have a great day.
Absolutely. Anytime. You do the same. Oh, that was great. Okay, so listen, we're going to take one quick break here and we'll be right back with more Fox 35 News Plus. I'll see you on the other side of this break.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Good Wednesday afternoon and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus here on Fox 35 News Plus, Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, all the places, wherever you're tuning in from. We appreciate you being here with us today as we kick off this 12 o'clock noon hour. Maybe you're out and about enjoying lunch somewhere or getting ready to just kind of take a break. It's the midweek, right? We're happy that you're here with us regardless of where you are. At this point, we have a lot to get to this afternoon. There are so many things happening here in Central Florida and across the country. And we want to begin with something that is happening right now. The House Foreign Affairs Committee is actually in the middle of a hearing on UN accountability, and we are hearing testimony from Ambassador Mike Waltz. That's happening right now. And let's go ahead and take a listen in to what's going on Capitol Hill.
That serve well its contributions and its balance sheet. So how can the U.S. effectively conduct oversight within UN agencies to ensure terrorists and human rights violators aren't retained for employment?
That's a very kindly stated question, Representative Baird. I appreciate your service as well, but not an easy answer. We are trying to get oversight and effectiveness and, frankly, better leadership for many of these UN missions across the board. In the case of UNRWA, as Secretary Rubio has said, it has served as a virtual arm of Hamas. It is radicalizing the next generation of Palestinians. It is literally aiding and abetting a terrorist organization as it brutalizes the Palestinian people of Gaza. In fact, many of them just tried to rise up against Hamas. According to the UN's own report, Hamas went on a kneecapping campaign to prevent those protests. So I'll just turn it over to Ambassador Bartos in terms of additional actions.
Thank you, Representative. Great question, important question. Broaden out just for a second. In the aftermath of the atrocities of October 7th, many UN organizations, as one of your colleagues just referenced before, were silent. Silent. UN Women could not speak. The organization UN Women refused for months to even acknowledge the sexual violence, the rape, the mutilations against Israeli women on that awful day. So for the UN to lecture about these things is offensive, should be offensive to every American. UNRWA, as the Secretary has boldly and very clearly said, and it's an honor to serve under his leadership, he has boldly and clearly said UNRWA will have no future in Gaza, no future. I had the honor to deliver remarks on behalf of the United States a couple weeks ago at a pledging conference for UNRWA, and I said on behalf of the United States, doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result, is the definition of insanity. And I looked around that room and said, you all keep contributing, expecting a different result. And every year, same speeches against Israel, same failure to condemn Hamas, same sort of platitudes that you give. In fact, I said, you give the same speeches every year, you don't just change the date. What was interesting about this year, and again, credit to President Trump, Secretary Rubio, Ambassador Waltz, what was different this year is that the acting director of UNRWA actually agreed with a couple of the points we raised. I almost fell over in my chair. He agreed with some of the points, didn't agree with everything. Are we making progress? Glacially, we're making progress against this important issue, but we are making progress. I think stay tuned, sir, and be happy to come down here and brief your team or anyone here is interested on some of the work we're doing, not only to reform these UN agencies and organizations, but also to take a different look at how we serve the humanitarian needs in Gaza without the UN continuing to employ terrorists.
Well, I appreciate your comments, and the fact that you made any kind of progress, I think, is admirable for the work you're doing and the ambassador's doing. And so, I think I'm out of time, but I appreciate your comments. I yield back.
Representative Bocheski.
Thank you, Chairman Mast, Ranking Member Meeks, and to our witnesses for being here today. Ambassador Walz, I want to start by thanking you for your years of public service. As the father of a 10-year-old daughter and a former public school teacher, I appreciate your work in Congress, especially supporting children and especially women and girls. But I have to start with a topic that I've discussed with many of your colleagues across the administration during these hearings, and I do so because it is so foundational to the work that we do here. And that is my very serious concern with the clear conflicts of interest and the massive corruption coming out of this administration. So I want to ask you, from your personal perspective, your own values, do you think it's wrong for elected officials and their families to profit from positions of power?
Do I think it's wrong, just generally speaking?
Your personal values, yes, sir. I'm pleased to hear that. So I guess the question then is, how do you square that circle working for a president who just last year made 20,000 stock trades including companies who benefit from markets that he is actively manipulating, whether that's through announcing ceasefires, reversing course and allowing chip exports, or simply promoting these firms on his social media. How can you say it's wrong but be silent as the president's sons benefit from mining deals paid for by U.S. taxpayers? As one of America's top diplomats, as a former member of Congress, does that not conflict with your values, sir?
Well, let's not talk about Congress and the stock trading that
I support a full ban. I think it's wrong for any member to trade.
Here,
that wasn't the question, though, sir.
I hope to see that bill passed.
I'm on the discharge petition.
Number one. Number two,
and a full ban, not the joke that my colleagues are trying to put forward.
Members of his cabinet have all complied with the Office of Government Ethics, as have myself. We have ethics rules in place. We have an agency that oversees.
So you think
ethics. We all subject ourselves to the Senate and to this office and receive that clearance before we come for confirmation.
So you're okay with the president's stock trades?
They're in accordance with transparency and in accordance with the rules of the Congress. We publicly put our finances out there every year in our financial disclosures.
So you're comfortable with the president buying stocks in companies like energy before he announces a ceasefire? You're comfortable with?
The president is complying with the ethics rules as they sit on the books.
Do you think that they should be changed?
Do I think that
they should be changed?
I'll leave that to this August body.
Well,
I'm trying to change the United Nations, which makes this look like an appetizer.
Well, I think it makes your job harder because these conflicts of interest, the president's insistence on outsourcing high-stakes diplomacy to family members and business associates impacts our standing in the world in a profoundly negative way. They impact your ability to effectively do your job as one of our country's top diplomats.
Can I just answer your question? I have never regularly deal with Secretary Rubio, with the president.
You answer the question. It's okay.
I have never seen them, ever heard them mention anything at all where they would gain personally from any of their policy decisions. They have the interest of this country first and foremost.
Ambassador, you don't have to ask. Decisions. People don't often announce I'm corrupt. But we can see it plainly when the president has put billions of dollars in his pockets and the pockets of his associates, of his children, of his friends, of Mr. Witkoff, of Mr. Kushner. If you can't see it, sir, that's on you. But the truth is, whether you can look past it, and you're choosing to look past it, which is fine, but the world is watching, and it is impacting our national interests.
I deal with them on a regular basis.
Regardless, you're in this role, Ambassador, and that's fine. So I'm going to go back to the first topic I mentioned. One, I think we actually agree on because we clearly disagree on this one. I think the corruption the president is executing is morally wrong. It should be legally reprehensible, and I think he should be out of office. But UNICEF has been one of the government's strongest and most transparent partners. Do you agree that UNICEF's field presence and cross-sector capacity make it a natural partner of choice for the U.S.?
UNICEF is led by an American. It could always do things better. It often, both their mission at times is duplicative of others, like World Food Program, like UNHCR, and other organizations, but we are working with them through our pooled funding model to streamline their mission.
Okay, the organization is yet to receive its fiscal 26 core resources, even though we've appropriated funds. I'll follow up there with a few written questions. But I'll just end and say we have to be better. Any one issue of corruption this president has perpetrated would have ended prior presidencies, and I just hope that you and your colleagues can speak up and find the courage to push back against what's happening here. And with that, I yield back.
Representative Biggs.
Thank you, Chairman Mast, and thank you to our witnesses for your testimonies here today. China is the largest troop contributor to the UN peacekeeping missions among the 5 permanent Security Council members and the second largest funder of the UN overall. Chinese peacekeeping deployments are concentrated in strategically sensitive regions, including areas along Belt and Road corridors, near ports, mineral resources, and existing or potential basing locations. These are long-standing concerns about whether Beijing is using its peacekeeper designation as cover to advance military and intelligence objectives in regions where the U.S. has strategic interest. So, Ambassador Waltz, my question to you is, how would you characterize the military objectives behind China's peacekeeping deployments? And are these genuine contributions to UN missions, or are they a vehicle for broader PLA strategic positioning?
Thank you for the question, and it's frankly a very good question. China does contribute to these peacekeeping missions. They are often better equipped than many of the other countries. They come with what they've promised to come with. That said, I don't think for a second that they don't serve a dual purpose as eyes and ears on the ground for the Chinese Communist Party.
Do we have evidence of PLA-linked intelligence collection, reconnaissance, or military liaison building occurring under the cover of Chinese peacekeeping operations?
Representative, I'd be happy to come back and see you in a different setting and talk about what we know and don't know.
Thank you. So separate from the diplomatic or funding-based countermeasures, what is the Trump administration doing to monitor or counter the military dimension of China's peacekeeping footprint?
Again, Congresswoman, excuse me, I think it would be better if we talked about that in a different setting. However, as Representative Bartos just mentioned, one of the places that they have a substantial presence was in South Sudan, and we just worked through the Security Council to seriously streamline and downsize that mission. We did not find it to be as effective as it should be. The mandate was far too broad, and we refocused it on helping the South Sudanese government try to get security and stability to a much more manageable place.
Okay, I'm going to try one more.
Sure.
So, in your assessment, does China's military posture within the UN peacekeeping missions pose a direct threat to U.S. force posture, basing access, or military partnerships in the regions where Chinese peacekeepers operate?
We are keeping a very close eye on all of those dimensions. I will say, in fairness to our colleagues, our Chinese colleagues on the Security Council, their contributions often are helpful. But again, they can serve a dual purpose, and we are very wide-eyed to that issue.
Well, I look forward to continuing this conversation.
I'm happy to come back and talk to you about it. And very good questions. Thank you.
Again, thank y'all for being here today.
Thank you.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Castro.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, ambassadors, for being here today. And welcome back, Ambassador Waltz. I think we served on the Intelligence Committee together. The United Nations has been central to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict since General Assembly Resolution 181 in 1947, the partition resolution that called for two states and underpinned Israel's own founding and international recognition. Security Council Resolutions 242, 338, 1397, and 1515, the latter two adopted with U.S. support under a Republican administration, built the framework. Two states, two peoples, each with the right to self-determination within secure and recognized borders. So there aren't just Israelis in this story, and there aren't just Palestinians. There are two peoples, and both have the same right to determine their own future. You drafted Resolution 2803, adopted last November. This is the ceasefire and, of course, Board of Peace resolution. According to reports, France, a permanent member and one of our oldest allies, asked that it reference the two-state solution and the return of a reformed Palestinian Authority to Gaza. And so did the other members of the Council. The final text that you negotiated, however, never once uses the phrase two-state solution. And at adoption, France, Algeria, Pakistan, Guyana, and Sierra Leone criticized that omission on the record. And so I wanted to ask you, Ambassador Waltz, was that omission deliberate, not mentioning the two-state solution? Did the United States refuse to include the two-state solution in its own resolution?
Representative Castro, I'll come back to you and sit down with you if I'm incorrect in this, but out of memory, the Resolution 2803 adopted wholesale as an annex President Trump's 20-point peace plan, which the president of France was there at Sharm el-Sheikh and celebrated. And in that, for the first time ever, we had both no annexation in terms of directive to the state of Israel and a pathway to a two-state solution with appropriate reforms.
So
those
just to
are
be,
both in there now as international
I got
law.
it. So just to be clear, just for the record, it's the policy of the Trump administration to support a two-state solution.
With appropriate reforms.
Okay.
So that was a United Nations resolution that adopted the president's 20-point peace plan.
Right, but because you had a big hand in negotiating it, I want to know, I'm asking, what's the Trump administration's policy, right? So the Palestinian Authority has said yes to the two-state solution. However, Prime Minister Netanyahu has told his cabinet that he's, quote, firmly against a Palestinian state, reformed Palestinian Authority or not. So what specific pressure is the United States applying on the government of Israel to accept the outcome that our own resolution envisions?
Well, the resolution, as you know, is very focused on Gaza and putting in place the funding, the International Stability Force, and the new Palestinian governance mechanism to pull that away from Hamas and put that back under civilian Palestinian control.
No, fair enough. And I think,
and by the way, that organization, the Board of Peace, now has a liaison office to the Palestinian Authority, and the Palestinian Authority publicly supported 2803.
But I guess I'm saying that, we've known that we have two sides here for a long time. And you have a prime minister who's a longstanding prime minister, may win election again, who has said very firmly, and others in his cabinet have said very firmly, that they're against a two-state solution. So what are we doing to guide Israel in this case, towards that two-state solution? Because on the other hand, on the other side, we have designated groups like Hamas and Hezbollah as terrorist organizations. We've sanctioned them. We've designated the IRGC as a terrorist organization. We've sanctioned Iran. And so where's the guidance on the other side when, over the years, of course, we have provided military support, foreign military financing, billions of dollars. We now may, at least in the NDAA, there's a provision to strengthen the relationship between the United States and Israel and perhaps develop weapons together, for example. So without exercising any leverage, without the U.S. exercising any leverage on Israel and Prime Minister Netanyahu, what makes you think, Ambassador, or why would we think that he's going to change his tune about a two-state solution? I mean, he's flatly said he's against it. What's going to change that?
Congressman, I think it's important to point out in the negotiations on 2803, working with the Palestinian Observer Mission at the UN and all of our Gulf Arab partners and friends, everybody came together, including the Israelis, on that 20-point peace plan, which, as the ambassador said, includes...
I'm running out of time, so I'd like to reclaim my time for a second.
It includes a path with appropriate reforms to what you're just saying.
If one side is staunchly against a two-state solution, the Israelis have said, their prime minister has said he's against it, what leverage is the United States going to use to change that? To me, it seems like giving them more and more and more is not going to change their behavior. At some point, it makes the two-state solution, quite honestly, illusory, and it turns this whole thing into a self-delusion. So what are we doing?
I think at this point, Congressman, we are very focused on those reforms and the security of the Israeli state, whether it's from Lebanon, Hamas in Gaza, or Iran, to then get to a place where we can have those conversations.
Okay, I'm out of time, so we'll have to follow up on it.
Representative Fine.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it's really exciting to see two friends, mentors, and my predecessor here. And on behalf of the people of the 6th Congressional District of Florida, thanks for all the work that you did 6 years. I'm trying to fill very large shoes, so I'm doing my best. But thank you both for being here. I start with the premise that I'm not convinced that the UN is sort of fundamentally, permanently broken and should go away. I often have said, from the river to the sea, let's make Manhattan UN free. So I come from that, but I know that you all are working incredibly hard to deal with the hand that we have been dealt. And so I want to start with UNRWA. And the USAID Inspector General found that 7 employees actually participated in the Hamas terrorist attack on October 7th. They found 14 employees were Hamas affiliated, including an UNRWA school principal who commanded a Hamas battalion on October 7th, as I'm sure that you know that. How do we make sure that there aren't terrorists that are working for the United Nations?
Well, I think when it comes to UNRWA Gaza, the organization just has to go. And that's, Secretary Rubio has made that clear. I think we've made that clear across the board. Actually, the vast majority of what it does is education. We are working with many of our partners, namely Morocco, namely UAE, to reform that curriculum that radicalizes the next generation of Palestinians, that teaches them that there is no two-state solution, that there's only one state solution, and that's Hamas. So handing that over, those functions over, and we've had these conversations, whether it's the Palestinian Authority or the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza, they have to take over their own educational functions. That's an inherent part of being a governing institution. And the humanitarian functions that it conducts, we need a much better vetting process, and those conversations are ongoing with how to vet those individuals. But at the end of the day, Hamas rules at the end of an AK-47. Hamas will disarm. The president has made that clear. It's going to happen the easy way or the hard way. Let's pray they make a more peaceful choice and do it the easy way.
Okay, so we've talked about UNRWA, but now as you move up into the UN itself, I think one of the most concerning developments of the UN is rampant, unabashed anti-Semitism by high-level employees at the UN. This isn't just UNRWA. I guess I shouldn't be surprised, given they're okay with Hamas terrorists being on staff. But nowhere's the anti-Semitism at the UN been more blatant than Francesca Albanese, the UN Special Rapporteur on the occupied, quote-unquote, Palestinian territories. She used her position to advance extremist and inflammatory claims against Israel. She's falsely accused Israel of genocide and promoted false narratives under the guise of her role. Ambassador Bartos, what reforms have you been putting in place to fight anti-Semitism at the UN itself and to prevent anti-Semites like Albanese from being placed in these kinds of prominent positions?
It's a great question. Thank you. It's good to see you, Congressman. As I said, as I've never tired of saying, the UN is at a crossroads. And in the one direction is this vital humanitarian work that we see out in the field with people risking their lives to do that work. And the UN should be commended for that. And there are successes and failures within peacekeeping, and we've talked about that today too. But right there in the other direction is this bewildering, despicable bias that has been around for 60 plus years. That has really, if you think about it, infrastructure that has been built within the UN system. And former ambassador, former Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan spoke about this brilliantly and beautifully in his 1975 speech, calling out Zionism as racism resolution, which was, of course, a Soviet-era, Soviet-driven process. So the UN comes to this over many decades of picking on the one Jewish state as a way to get to the West in America. Right? It's anti-Americanism, anti-West, anti-Semitic, anti-Jewish, anti-Israel. It really is all of that. We have a whole team dedicated, of course, with the Secretary's push and leadership on these issues, we have a whole team dedicated to rooting out anti-Semitism throughout the UN. So the Commission of Inquiry, UNRWA, as you mentioned, this lunatic Albanese, who the UN allows to put on their uniform. But I think it all comes back to, in the here and now, it comes back to making sure that we select the right next Secretary General who will have the leadership, the moral clarity, and the courage to tackle this. It's an existential issue for the organization about whether it wants to be a hotbed of hatred for the one Jewish state and for the West, or whether it wants to get back to basics, its core founding mission of international peace and security, humanitarian aid. And that's a big decision for the UN. We're trying to guide them in the right direction. It is not always easy, as you know, but the work is really important, and we get at it every day.
And I would just add, Representative Fine, that the administration has defunded these inherently anti-Semitic organizations. We are trying to shift this culture, but meanwhile, not a single dollar of U.S. taxpayer dollars should go to these organizations like UNRWA, like the so-called Human Rights Council, UNESCO, and others.
Well, I'm not sure anybody can fix it, but if anyone can, I think it's the two of you. So thanks. Keep up the good work. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Representative McBride.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and to you and the ranking member for holding this committee hearing. Thank you so much, both of you ambassadors, for joining us, for making it down to the bottom of the dais. We are well over 4 years into a war Vladimir Putin started by invading Ukraine. And during the course of the 2024 election, the president promised at least 53 times.
All right, we have been listening to that committee hearing there going on this afternoon. Listen, we're going to take a quick break, but on the other side of the break, we have been following a story that has gained national attention of the tragic death of 18-year-old Nolan Wells. You may remember his family decided to send his body off for an independent autopsy. Well, we have the initial findings from that autopsy. We're hearing from the family's attorney when we come back. Stick around. We'll have more Fox 35 News Plus right here.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading. Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Sought. I got it.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Again, I'm Marlisa Goldsmith in for Garrett Weimer on this Wednesday afternoon. We certainly appreciate you being here with us. We want to turn our attention now to a story out of Mississippi that has really drawn national attention at this point in the recent weeks. The tragic death of 18-year-old Nolan Wells. You may recall he's a student athlete who disappeared during a July 4th boating trip that he took with friends to a place called Horn Island. Well, 2 days later, on July 6th, that's when his body was recovered. And ever since, essentially, his family has been fighting for both transparency. His family's been fighting for answers. And they have actually enlisted the help of civil rights attorney Benjamin Crump. And the family decided to send Nolan's body off to Washington, D.C. For an independent autopsy so that they could, in hope, find some answers and have a little more transparency and know what happened in those final hours of their son's life. Again, civil rights attorney Benjamin Crump is representing this family, and he held a news conference today announcing the initial findings of that autopsy. And I want to play just a little bit from that. Let's go to that.
Far too often, our young people are confronted with challenges, and many jurisdictions and states don't take those challenges serious. We cannot allow another individual, particularly a young Black man's death, go uninvestigated. We have seen this happen over the years, not only in Mississippi, but across the country. It is unfortunate that our young people only seek to enjoy life, and as a result of participating in activities no longer have life. For the NAACP, we take this and many other cases serious because every person matters. Amen. Amen. I want to thank the Mississippi State Conference, particularly Alitra Perryman, for working with the family and supporting the family on the onset. Because it's difficult to lose a loved one, it's even more difficult to navigate a process when all eyes are on you. And the pressure of balancing between grieving and navigating is upon you. And so for the NAACP family, this is our role, is to step in, to support when the families have an issue like this, and the local officials seem not to hold people accountable. It's unfortunate when you see news reports and law enforcement officials are repeating what individuals are saying as opposed to investigate the individuals who gave you the information, because you don't know who was involved or not involved. Amen. And so narrative matters in this case. And we're saying that in Nolan Wells' situation, the narrative should not be it was an accident before there was an investigation. The narrative should not be the words of individuals who went on a boat to the island with him, but they came without him, but with his cell phone, and you don't investigate those individuals. Amen. We're not accusing anyone of anything other than the state of Mississippi and local officials. We're accusing them of being derelict in their duties. To follow up and to ensure that regardless of what happened, that there was the proper investigation so that this family and that community could be assured that if anyone was involved, they would be held accountable. And if it was truly an accident, that the families will have the necessary answers that any family deserves in this situation. Amen. I want to bring to the podium Attorney Benjamin Crump, a friend of mine who have stepped in to take the case and in support of the family to ensure that they get the answers that they deserve, and that local officials and anyone involved will be held accountable to this family, to that system, because we are all parents, siblings, to loved ones who should not be confronted with this reality. Attorney Crump.
Thank you very much, President Derrick Johnson, for your leadership,
for the leadership of the Mississippi Conference of NAACP and being there during the homegoing services to help the family go through what no parents want to go through. Thank you to Chairman Leon Russell, my longtime mentor from Florida, who helped raise so many of us. Thank you for always being there, Chairman Russell. As President Johnson said, I'm Attorney Ben Crump representing the family of Nolan Wells, but it's not just me, it is a team effort of incredible, dedicated lawyers and investigators and paralegals. Attorney Lisa Park, attorney who you'll hear from in a few minutes, Attorney Eric Hertz, Attorney Gary Buchan, Attorney Camila Moore, Cliff Jones, Jared Presson, Alan Williams, our whole team of people who are committed, as I said, President Johnson, on this ferocious search for the truth of what really happened to Nolan Wells. But before we begin to discuss the intricacies of the preliminary findings of the independent autopsy, we think it would be appropriate for you all to hear from the people who knew Nolan Wells best, so they can thank you themselves and tell you about the trials and tribulations that they have been enduring since July 4th. July 4th would never be the same for them. I bring to the podium Nolan Wells' mother and father, Christine and Elmore. Please give them a warm NAACP welcome.
First of all, I want to say thank you all so much. Thank you to President Johnson as well as Chairman Russell. This has been a difficult journey. Losing a child, it truly breaks your heart. It is a pain that is just, you can't measure it. Especially someone like Nolan, who brought so much joy and light and life to everyone. You don't find too many genuine people like him. So to lose that light at such a young age under these circumstances has been absolutely difficult, which is why we've gone this route. There's so many people out in the public asking all of these questions, but the only question that we have is what happened to our son. That is the only question. We have consistently been degraded by the public. There's been questions about our parenting, our GoFundMe, this, that, and other. I've been called a racist. I am a healthcare provider, and I take my job very seriously. I love everyone. And it's been difficult for us, but we are leaning into our faith, leaning into one another, also leaning into all of you. There are not enough thank yous, not enough appreciation for what you guys have done for us. And we do. We love you from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you. And so it is our hope that our local authorities will do what they need to do, because us having the preliminary autopsy results and hearing nothing from them, it's heartbreaking and it's concerning, which again is why we are here, why we have asked for this help. So again, thank you all so much for your support. We appreciate you, we really do.
day I wake up, it's a new challenge. Knowing that a part of me I will never talk to, I will never hold, I will never play around with or get mad at, it's not here anymore. Nolan brought a lot of joy to our family. He was the wittiest one out of everyone. The clown. He loved to put in the work because he wanted to be the best. He wanted to make me and his mother proud, and we were so proud of him just for being the person that he was. He was loving. All his teachers knew him, but loved him. He walks in the room, his aura, you're automatically drawn to it. Never met an enemy. And if they were, they would eventually be friends because they would eventually bond, and it's gonna be hard. He should be at football practice right now. Yeah. Calling me after practice, Dad, I made this play, or I made that play, or I get a text with 3 or 4 videos of him doing this, running this route, making this block. And what you think? What you think I should do? And I will give my honest, because I always tell them, if anyone is going to be totally honest with you, it's going to be me. And it's not because I'm being mean, but people outside of your family are going to tell you what you want to hear. I'm going to tell you what you need to know to make you better. It's going to be hard for our family from here on out. And like I said, every day is a challenge. We're going to miss our son. And like my wife said, we just want honesty. We want to know what happened to our son, because the things that you're telling us, that's not the character of our son. We know our son. I understand, our children would do things that, that would kind of dumbfound us sometimes, but the things that we're being told, that wasn't Nolan. So please keep us in your prayers, keep him in your prayers. And we're going to keep pushing and fighting until we find answers. Thank you guys for your love and support.
Thank you so much, Christine and Nolan. Christine and Elmore, Nolan's mother and father. Before we start to go over the preliminary findings from the independent autopsy, we will hear from Attorney Lisa Park to tell you about who was the forensic pathologist who conducted the autopsy. Attorney Lisa Park.
Thank you. Dr. Roger Mitchell could not join us today, but we felt it important before we reveal and unfold this report that you understand who conducted this autopsy. Dr. Roger Mitchell is a physician and board-certified forensic pathologist with 2 decades of experience. He currently serves as the president of the National Medical Association, which is the oldest and largest group of Black physicians in the U.S. Most recently, he also served as president of Howard University Hospital, chief medical officer of the Howard University Faculty Practice Plan, and chair of the Department of Pathology. Before joining Howard, he served as chief medical examiner for Washington, D.C. from 2014 to 2021, and is later as interim deputy mayor for the Public Safety and Justice. Dr. Mitchell has conducted and managed thousands of autopsies and is nationally recognized for his work at the intersection of medicine, public health, and justice. And for this case, we sought out the very best, and We are proud to be working with the very best.
Thank you, Attorney Park. I again want to express our gratitude to President Johnson, Chairman Russell, and the NAACP, because civil rights is more important than ever in the United States of America today. And so we thank you for the civil rights leaders stepping up to say that our children's lives matter now more than ever. And I want to thank all of you for getting up 8 in the morning. If people could see how many people are gathered here, they would say, you all are truly blessed to have the support of America, Christine and Elmore. And I want to thank the media for covering this matter, because they don't always cover when our children are taken away from us in highly unquestionable ways. And I do understand there's a lot of news going on in America today. I woke up to them saying LeBron James is going to announce where he's going to play basketball next year. But I'm very happy that the media said this story is just as important. And I'm sure LeBron James and Rich Paul and, Stephon Curry and Draymond Green, Jaylen Brown, Embiid, Maxey, Giannis, Bam, and many other players in the National Basketball Association will all agree that our children's lives are far more important than where LeBron or any other player will play next year. And so that's why I thank you all for being here, because this news is as important as any news in the United States of America, finding out why is Nolan Wells dead. And I want to thank you all who have called the call center. I want to thank Reverend Al Sharpton. I want to thank Mr. Tyler Perry. I want to thank Mr. Terry Owens for putting up the $125,000 reward for anybody out there who have information so we can get to the truth of what happened. I mean, any videos, and we've gotten so many videos, President Johnson, from that day from young people, and we want them to have the courage to come forward with the pictures, what you heard. I know people said there were a lot of disturbances out there. Some believe it involved Nolan. All of those things are important to get to the truth of what happened. The fact, Christine, that the United Cajun Navy are so forthcoming. The fact that they told us, we haven't heard from any of their local officials, that Nolan was found face down, fully clothed. Well, that's significant to us because the last time we saw him on the videos, he was without a shirt. So at what point did he put on a shirt? Somebody saw something. Somebody knows something. There were almost 300, 400 people. Somebody knows something. Scott X, we're trying to just make sure people understand that you can call the Nolan Wells tip line at bencrump.com. We will gladly listen to you, take any information as we try to put together this puzzle of what happened to Nolan Wells. And today, we're going to add some more parts to this puzzle because my legal team and I, we stand for truth, no matter who it implicates or who it exonerates. We stand for justice, no matter who it convicts or it acquits. Yeah, and we stand for transparency because we got eyes that can see, and we don't need government officials having to narrate it for you and me. We can see it for ourselves. Transparency. That leads to the truth. The truth is the foundation for accountability and justice. And that's all we're seeking, as Christina Elmore said from day one. So with that, and Christina Elmore, if you all want to sit, we're about to go through this autopsy, and I know it may be a little emotional. Thank you, President. You're welcome to stay right here. So, you got the pointer? Let's go through this. How does the pointer work? Okay, let me do that right now. How does this pointer? As we begin to present the preliminary findings of the autopsy, we want to especially thank Mr. Colin Kaepernick for not thinking it robbery to pay for the autopsy. So, Dr. Roger Mitchell, board-certified forensic pathologist, performed a preliminary report on the death of Nolan Xavier Wells. He conducted and presented this report on July 19th, 2026. Preliminary report, second autopsy, death of Nolan Xavier Wells. Cause of death, undetermined, pending investigation. And we'll explain that as we go through the report this morning. The manner of death, undetermined, pending investigation. Statement of examination. This forensic pathologist was retained to perform a second autopsy examination on the body of Nolan Xavier Wells. Name of decedent, Nolan Xavier Wells. Age, 18 years old. Race, black. Gender, male. Date of death, unknown. Second autopsy date was performed on July 10th, 2026. Preliminary findings, and this is significant. Focal area of red discoloration in the soft tissue of the back of the head, the occipital region. He said the etiology is unknown at this time. He said the body was received after the initial autopsy. He said the body had marked decompensation. He said corona incision of the scalp, brain removal, Y-shaped incision of the anterior torso, and he talked about the organs being removed, as is common. accompanied in the body cavity. And that when you have an autopsy, the organs are removed from the body and they are dissected and examined. And then they are put back in a bag within inside the body. So when they're buried, their remains will all be with them. But in this occasion, if there's going to be a second autopsy, then the organs are put in the body cavity so the second pathologist could be able to examine the organs as well. Very significant for Dr. Mitchell was that the anterior inner neck structures were absent, not received with the body. And we'll explain that in just a minute. And then it talks about the additional procedures performed during the second autopsy. And
reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading. puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
All right, good afternoon, everyone, and thanks so much for streaming with us here in both Tampa and the Orlando area. You are hearing the voice of Regina Gonzalez, host and producer for the next hour. We are starting off with a live look on the Gulf shores of Alabama as Tropical Storm Bertha is continuing to wobble just south of the Mississippi coast. As of the latest advisory, Bertha has maximum sustained winds of 50 miles per hour and is moving west-northwest at about 6 miles per hour. Storm expected to turn more to the west later today, moving near or along the Louisiana and upper Texas coast through Thursday before heading inland over Texas on Friday. Not expected to directly impact the Tampa Bay area or the Orlando area, but of course the main concerns overall along the northern and western Gulf Coast are tropical storm force winds, heavy rain, flash flooding, and of course storm surge in a lot of these coastal areas. We can even give you a look here on the Gulf shores of Mississippi. So you got those dark clouds, those eerie conditions starting to pick up a little bit. Some locations could receive up to 6 inches of rain, while parts of coastal Louisiana and Mississippi could see 2 to 4 feet of storm surge. Forecasters do expect Bertha to weaken gradually, although it could remain a tropical storm through Friday at least. So we actually are going to have one of our meteorologists over here at Fox 13 News, Jim Weber, join us around 1:30 to give us the latest on the track conditions and what we need to watch for, and just give our best to our friends along the Gulf Coast. All right, again, my name is Regina Gonzalez. Thanks so much for being with us here for the next hour. As we begin coverage with the latest on Tropical Storm Bertha, we've been actively touching base with our Fox weather team. So what I want to do for you here is play the latest from Fox weather reporter Robert Ray. He is along the Gulf Coast waiting for those conditions, which already have started to pick up. So I want to start by giving you the latest report from him. Thanks so much for being here, everyone.
Tropical Storm Bertha lashing the northern Gulf Coast with tropical storm force winds, ahead of its expected landfall in southeastern Louisiana on Wednesday evening. The storm's slow western crawl, bringing heavy rain, dangerous winds, and flooding from the Florida Panhandle to Louisiana. Rain rates in New Orleans could be between 1 to 4 inches, with wind gusts reaching 40 miles per hour.
The highest risk remains along our coastal communities outside of the city's urban core, but we still have a lot of low-lying areas, underpasses throughout the city, and so we pay attention to those.
Bertha formed Monday in the northeastern Gulf, becoming the second named storm of the Atlantic hurricane season. Tropical storm warnings are currently in effect from Florida into coastal Louisiana.
We got all our pump stations ready to go in case electricity goes out. We got our generators ready to go. And right now you see the wind is going to shear it and tear it down a little bit, but you're looking at about 6, 7 o'clock tonight, things are going to change.
After making landfall, Bertha is expected to lose strength, but current forecast models have it moving back over the Gulf as it approaches Texas, where it may bring pockets of heavy rain. And with dangerous surf, rip currents, wind, and surge, everyone needs to be careful if you're on the Gulf Coast from the impacts of Tropical Storm Bertha. In Dauphin Island, Robert Ray, Fox Weather.
Hey, everybody, it's Heather Healy here for Good Day. Right, thank you so much for that report, Robert Ray. We're going to get to Heather Healy in just a little bit. Wanted to take you out live to one of our cameras in Mississippi, but we'll continue our coverage with Tropical Storm Bertha at 1:30 this afternoon when our own meteorologist Jim Weber joins us. But right now, we're going to switch gears here and welcome on Fox 13's Kylie Jones, because a big story here last year already, right?
Yeah.
The Clearwater ferry crash, there was a very important meeting today where I think it was, the first step of getting these victims some settlement money.
Yeah.
And there was an update just recently that I guess it got approved. Can you tell us what you've been following here?
Yeah,
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hello. So PSTA board had a meeting today. They approved, in their consent agenda, approved a $300,000 settlement for 37 passengers who were on board the Clearwater ferry that night in April when there was a crash last year. So giving you a quick rundown, if you remember this, maybe you don't, there was a crash in, it was in Clearwater. It was kind of near the Clearwater Marina. You can see it on your screen. But the Clearwater ferry was coming in. It was, almost at land, and it was hit from the back by a boat. It was a private boat driven by, a private operator and everything. One person was killed. That was a father of 2 little girls, and then 10 other passengers on board were hurt. Dozens of passengers on board in total. So a really scary night for a lot of these people. This investigation is still going on, and the legal process is still going on. The driver of that private boat, Jeff Knight, was arrested. He is facing a number of serious charges. Again, that legal battle is going on right now. But in terms of kind of the civil side of all of this, this is where we've seen some movement and where we are seeing some movement with the PSTA. Again, the PSTA board approved that $300,000 settlement. And this, essentially, this only involves the PSTA and those 37 passengers who were on board who filed injury claims.
Okay.
But from the PSTA's point of view, they're basically able to say, this settles any of our involvement in this. So say people tried to come back later and, wanted to file claims for more money, if their injuries are still impacting them, they would not be able to come back again. So this settlement kind of ends the road for PSTA's involvement in this, legal matter, so to speak.
Okay.
But there still is a lot going on with all of this. Again, you've got the legal battle, and we still have to eventually go to trial on this.
Yeah, and do we know, will that money be divided, obviously, between the 30, or would it be different for certain people, or everybody kind of gets the same even amount?
Yeah, no, good question. And I did reach out to PSTA earlier today to ask, will this be divided evenly among those 37 people? They weren't able to disclose the details of that settlement, but each of those 37 people did file injury claims, so that $300,000 will be split among them, but how it will be split is not clear.
And you kind of touched on this in the beginning, but obviously there was one passenger who died. Is that a completely different situation from this settlement and this money?
Yeah, and actually, some other passengers have filed lawsuits against the boat operator. So those are different civil suits. Those are completely different suits. So other passengers may have pursued other avenues with those civil suits and everything. But yeah, aside from that, there was one passenger, a father of two little girls, who was killed. And that was horrific. We talked to his family back when it happened, and were just distraught, understandably.
No, definitely. And I mean, I know that they have, I'm seeing here, the PSTA has already spent more than $200,000 on specialized maritime attorneys. Why do you think the agency believes settling now is the best financial option?
Well, going back to, settling now kind of ends their involvement and liability and everything in this. You've had people on that ferry who are having lifelong, issues with injuries and stuff, or, just, kind of dealing with the impacts for life from this. So they, who knows, they could down the road have gone and said, hey, this claim is for even more money now. So kind of just settles it at this point instead of it drawing out for who knows how long.
All right. And do we know, was there any discussion about the status of the investigation into the crash?
So not at this meeting, but I can tell you that Jeff Knight, that private boat operator who is facing charges in the crash, he is set to have his next hearing in this process on Friday. That itself is a whole other, legal battle and very involved process. Dozens of witnesses, a lot of information, a lot of evidence, and that is expected to take a pretty lengthy amount of time.
And do we have a start date for that yet?
That was what was under up for discussion at his last hearing. There was some back and forth between defense and the state about, and the judge, really. The judge wanted to move this along and, hopefully have a trial this year. Defense said, we just have so much to go through, so much evidence to go through, witnesses to depose, all of that, that we don't know if we'll be able to make it in that time. So that is still, it could change.
All right. Well, thank you for getting us up to speed on that. This is your story for today, right?
Yep.
So more coming up for our Tampa viewers on Fox 13 News at 4, 5, and 6. We appreciate you, Kylie. Thank you for joining us. We are going to entirely switch gears here. If you've seen me looking out of the corner of my eye, it is because we are actually going to head out now to Dover Air Force Base in Philadelphia. That's where President Donald Trump is right now to attend the dignified transfer of the U.S. soldiers killed in the war with Iran. A very emotional moment. We are actually going to just watch this live and just let it all sink in. Let's listen in, guys. All right, everyone. It doesn't appear that they have audio on this feed, and that could be for just reasons of respect. We are watching a very solemn moment at Dover Air Force Base in Delaware, the dignified transfer of 4 United States Army soldiers killed in recent Iranian attacks in the Middle East. We do officially have the names of the 4 fallen soldiers. First Lieutenant Tyler James Feehan, 25 years old, of Ua Beach, Hawaii. Private Isabella Gonzalez, 19 years old, of Carrollton, Texas. Sergeant Angel S. Rampersad, 28 years old, of Ozone Park, New York. And Sergeant Michael Emmanuel Swinton, dying at just 30 years old. He is from Fayetteville, North Carolina. They were killed in an Iranian attack on a base in Jordan. We know Rampersad, and I apologize if I'm saying that wrong, had initially been listed as missing before the Pentagon confirmed his death. Swinton was killed in Iraq during the controlled detonation of a downed Iranian drone. President Donald Trump and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, you could see them there. They were at Dover to receive the fallen service members and meet with their families. So, you know, dignified transfer, not considered a formal ceremony. It is the solemn moment of a fallen service member's remains from an aircraft, as you could see here, to a transfer vehicle after they return back to American soil. The flag-draped transfer cases being carried by an Army carry team. Movements deliberate, precise, every detail intended to show dignity, honor, respect to the fallen and their families. So it looks like it did officially wrap up. You have President Donald Trump, Secretary of War Hegseth heading out. We do know that President Donald Trump is expected to speak elsewhere today. I'm going to try to get that information from you. I know he is traveling after this. It looks like he's going to speak from Wheeler High School in Marietta, Georgia. So busy day, but obviously needs to make time for this, and he did, and our hearts are just with these families. And to be able to take you front row live to something like this, it's something we wish we didn't have to show you. We wish it wasn't happening, but we just, you know, thank you to all the servicemen and women risking their lives for our country. You can see President Donald Trump's daughter, Ivanka Trump, there. Just a really solemn ceremony. Not an official ceremony, but a dignified transfer, just an important part of the process to honor the, you know, these men and women who made the ultimate sacrifice. All right, we are going to, it looks like we are going to lose this feed in a matter of minutes. They're kind of getting some last shots of all the representatives there at Dover Air Force Base, welcoming back the remains of these fallen soldiers. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll continue on with some more top stories that we're following in both the Tampa Bay area as well as the Orlando area. Stay with us.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
right, everyone, welcome back to the stream. We are live in both Tampa and Orlando this afternoon. So figure we'd head out to Orlando live. This is a look at the I-4 interchange near downtown. Looks like traffic is moving relatively well. 1:20-ish in the afternoon. Not too much of a headache yet, so that's good. I know around rush hour in both the evening and the mornings gets a little hairy, but everything moving along great right now. And we are actually going to stay in the Orlando, Central Florida area to get some of their headlines in, because this afternoon we're hearing that Universal has filed a permit for ride developments at Islands of Adventure. So we want to welcome onto the program Fox 35 Orlando's Matt Trezza to fill us in. Hey, Matt, how's it going? Love to talk to you. What are we working on today?
Yeah, so we're talking about those permits. I'm one of the guys who loves looking at the permits and the paperwork and things like that, because that always gives some tantalizing little clues about what is in the development and what's in the works at these theme parks, Universal, Disney, and SeaWorld especially. So they don't always like to put their plans out there and let everybody know clearly what they're working on. They want to surprise everybody, but at the same time, the permits and the paperwork that they have to file do give some tantalizing clues as to what they're working on. So this is one that was filed by Universal in connection with a UK-based contractor called Garmondale Engineering. They specialize in rides, ride mechanics, and some of the other ride features like that, the transportation, the ride vehicles, and those kind of things. And it does say that this is something for scheduled to be installed at their either Universal Orlando Resort or Islands of Adventure. Those two properties are connected. We know there is a lot of demolition work that is going on at Islands of Adventure, especially, particularly the Lost Continent area. And so that is a big area that they have to fill in with something. And there are some rumors among the experts as to what could be there. They say that Universal has already mentioned that they are looking for Pokemon-themed areas in their parks globally. So that is one possibility. They have also mentioned that Legend of Zelda is another IP or intellectual property that they could be bringing to their park as well. So it could be something along those lines, or it could be something completely different. Again, the permit at this point is only saying who's going to be doing the work and generally where it's going to be going, not what it is yet. I have reached out, of course, to Universal for any answers. They're usually tight-lipped about these things, but who knows? They may come back with some more clues.
I know. I feel like Pokemon is so in right now, so that makes a lot of sense. And I mean, this comes after, I actually haven't been there myself yet, but there has been so much growth and development to Universal over the past couple of years, right?
Oh, for sure. I mean, obviously, they opened Epic Universe, a whole new theme park, except they're not slowing down. They have continued to file permits and plans for development at Epic Universe itself, even though it is pretty much brand new. And also this continued development at their other parks as well, Islands of Adventure and Universal Orlando Resort. And they have to, because Disney isn't slowing down. They've got Villains World opening up. They've got the Cars World that is opening, the Cars themed attractions that are opening up. Disney is not slowing down by any stretch. And even SeaWorld is working with a new contractor on attractions there. So it's an arms race, so to speak, among these three parks, and they can't give up an inch of ground, or they risk out on losing the customers, losing the visitors. So they're constantly innovating, constantly offering things that are new, and this is just part of that.
I know. I kind of love that. Just a race against time for all of the theme parks that people know and love and travel from far and near to go to. And forgive me if you're not too familiar with this, but I know there's some sort of Pokemon park. Is it in Japan?
Yes, it is in Japan. It is funny. I actually recently got back from there, but didn't get a chance to go and visit that particular park.
Oh, I was just about to say, what?
Japan is very much Pokemon world. I visited one of their big, what's called Pokemon centers while I was there, and it is a very impressive place. And people from all over the world going there just to buy Pokemon merch and get Pokemon cards and load up on all sorts of Pokemon stuff. So there is a whole culture of it there, and that is part of the reason why I'm sure Universal brought it there first. I can't say whether what we're going to see in Orlando, when and if Pokemon does come to Universal Orlando, what kind of form it's going to take, what we're going to see here, as opposed to what rides it's going to be, what theme park offerings they're going to have, whether it's going to be similar to what they have here or what they have or something new or similar to what they have in Japan. We don't know yet. We're going to have to keep an eye on that. But again, this new permit just offers some extra little hints as to what could be coming.
I know, and when it comes to what could be coming, again, forgive me if this is too in the weeds here, but we know obviously there's a lot more steps before we see any shovels hit the dirt. Do we know what that time frame could kind of look like, or this is just very minimal details so far?
Very minimal details. The permit does give kind of like an overall timeline. I think it's but it's like a year about how much time they have to work on something in connection with this permit. Could be much sooner, could be much further out. We don't really know. It just gives a very, very broad timeline. And one of the experts that I spoke with was very clear. He said, Garbindale Engineering also works on gate systems. So this could not necessarily be a ride. This could just be a permit for a gate. So we really don't know. But again, knowing that what's going on, knowing there's a lot of demolition on that site, knowing generally where it's going, there is a strong possibility that it's something a little bit grander than just a gate.
Yeah, I mean, I would think so. Do you have a favorite area of Universal? Are we getting a little Matt Trezza experience scoop?
Well, you know what the funny thing is? I've only visited Epic Universe on the job. I haven't got a chance to go there and go on any of the rides yet. But the one that I'm very, very excited for is the Dark Universe ride, the one about the monsters. So I've seen some YouTube videos of people on that ride. It does look like a lot of fun, so I am particularly looking forward to that when I eventually make my way over there.
I know, right? It's I mean, hey, doing it on the job is not bad, but it's like, when can you actually get the time to go over and have some fun? Well, we appreciate it. I know it takes a lot of eyes and a lot of time to look through documents like this, so we appreciate you doing the heavy lifting and breaking it down for us. Matt Trezza, we will let you get back to work. Thanks so much for checking in with us here.
My pleasure. Thank you.
All right, everybody. Well, we are going to go on and take a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, as promised, we are continuing to track Tropical Storm Bertha as she makes her way west into the Gulf. We're continuing to keep a look at some certain weather cameras, as we call them, because they are cameras that we have placed all over the country to show you the conditions that are kind of starting to ramp up here. So this is a look at the Gulf shores of Alabama. And then I do believe here, let me see what, yeah, this is Biloxi, Mississippi. So every shot we take, we've taken you to New Orleans as well. You can start to see those really gray clouds, just sort of eerie conditions building up. We will take that quick break, and when we come back, our very own Fox 13 meteorologist Jim Weber, he's going to join us with a look at the track, what the conditions could be like, storm surge, flooding, what everyone needs to know as we watch this and just send love to our friends along the Gulf Coast. right, everyone, we are back here on the stream for both our Tampa and Orlando audience. Thanks so much for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon. Continuing to monitor some of the live cameras we have along the Gulf Coast as Tropical Storm Bertha is traveling west. So right now you are taking a live look at Biloxi, Mississippi. We've also got a look at Grand Isle, Louisiana. And then we can even take you out to, oh, excuse me. So this is Orange Beach, Alabama. And then this is Biloxi. Okay. But it's like no matter where you go, you're starting to see those gray clouds, some of those conditions, specifically in Orange Beach. It looks like it's already raining. So to give us more insight on where Tropical Storm Bertha is headed as we speak and what conditions a lot of these cities and neighborhoods are going to face, we want to welcome onto the program Fox 13 meteorologist Jim Weber. Hello.
Hello. And the thing that you notice, if you look at any of these cameras, if you're in a tropical storm and your view looks like that, you're doing pretty good.
Yeah.
I mean,
was it? Okay, so now I want to talk about the, sorry to interrupt you, because timing-wise, are these conditions coming because Bertha's approaching?
Bertha's approaching, but there's really not much with Bertha.
Okay.
I mean, we've been talking about this wind shear with this. All the strong storms with this, they're sitting 200 miles out into the Gulf. And so you look at this track right now, and we talk about the track, which is the center of this, but really, the weather's not associated with the center. Winds right now are at 50 miles an hour, and a lot of these winds aren't really near the center, and it will continue to weaken. So it's not too often that you have a tropical system working this way on shore, and you're really not talking about the rain with it.
That's kind of the best case scenario, huh?
I mean, although many of these areas across the south and over us, they're dealing with drought, they could use some rain, and there's really not much rain with this, but it will continue to weaken, and it becomes debatable as we go towards the latter part of this track, working its way over towards Texas, if you even actually see this system hold together. You look at the rainfall amounts here, and you see where I've circled the area. That's where the heaviest rain is going to fall with this, and it's all out over the water. You look to the north over land, and you're basically down at the bottom of the scale. Most areas picking up an inch or less of rain, which is an afternoon thunderstorm. So, or not even around here. We pick up more than that in an afternoon storm. So we're really not concerned about any rainfall flooding. There will be some minor surge along the coastline. They've already passed their high tide, so that threat is starting to quickly go away as well.
I honestly, and I was just kind of telling you before, I was away this weekend, and you're kind of watching this churn right near us, right in the middle of the Gulf. So the fact that it overall didn't get too strong is good in a sense, but it's I know it's still obviously a storm that we knew. And I was also talking to Val earlier about how a lot of these areas are pretty low-lying, so flooding is still a concern in some retrospect.
Yeah, I mean, there will be along the immediate coastline, there may be some areas that deal with some flooding, but it's mainly from some of the surge, just some of the higher surf along the coast. But these winds are dying down. They're past their high tide, so a lot of that's gone away. And of course, you may get an embedded heavier shower, but I think the threat of any flooding with this is really very minimal. This is more of just a distraction to their day up there and somewhat of a nuisance. It would be better for some of these areas if they had some of the rain. It might have been better if maybe it had pivoted a little closer to us. Not that we want a storm. We just want some of the rain from it because we did get some rain over the weekend. We had some decent rain along the coastline, but we could use more.
Yeah.
And so we were hoping for more of that. Initially, the models were indicating we were going to get some more, but when it ended up happening is it actually developed a little bit further to the west, a little bit further away from us, so we didn't get as much of the rain that we were originally anticipating last week.
Okay, and I mean, here are our Tampa rain chances, so what can you tell us?
Yeah, and that's the thing. As this storm is now pulling away from us, it pulls all the tropical moisture, which there really isn't a whole lot, especially near the center, but what it's doing is it's pulling a lot of dry air over us. If you're in July and you get a lot of dry air moving over you, you get more sun, and that also means you're going to see your lower rain chances. So we're seeing that rain chance 20% over the next couple of days. And the other issue becomes if you're not raining in July, the temperatures, they are heating up. So that's what we're going to see, these daytime highs climbing into the 90s. There you see 92 here in Tampa, but you move away from the coast, 93, 94 degrees throughout Polk County, heading over towards Orlando as well. You'll see these temperatures into the 90s as well, well into the 90s in some spots. And then we're still just as humid. So at the surface, we have the moisture around. It's just as you go up through the atmosphere. That's where we're talking about that drier air. So it's not any more comfortable at the surface, and then that gives us that heat index into the triple digits. So we're going to see that this afternoon, 102, 103, up to about 104. Yeah, fun for sure. And there's just no way to cool off because you're not going to see much rain around as we go through the next several days. Of course, it's July. That's why we still have that 20% chance of some showers, because in the middle of summer, it's really hard to completely get rid of the rain, but really we're looking at a 10-20% chance of rain across central Florida up towards Orlando as well. Going to see these rain chances staying very, very low because all the moisture, what moisture there is, it's all being tied up with Bertha, working its way across the central and the western Gulf.
Yeah.
But over land areas, most of the areas are seeing minimal rain with this system, which is really somewhat unique with these tropical systems.
I keep thinking to yesterday, I finally got home after some travel trouble. And I mean, New York was hot, don't get me wrong, but I walk out of Tampa International and it was just outdoor sauna. It was just so humid and hot, and I'm like, I'm home.
It's a whole different type of heat here.
Yeah.
I mean, you can tell. I mean, you'll hear people up across the Great Lakes in the Northeast talking about it. It's just a really hot day. Hey, we're into the 90s, and they think they've got that Florida heat. You don't.
No.
It's a whole different thing here.
And I have to also mention, I went swimming in the Atlantic. It felt very cool compared to what we have here. How are the water temperatures for people still making their way to the beach?
Well, with all the wind and we've churned things up, it has cooled the water temperature down. So if you were at the beach maybe a week or so ago, you noticed it felt like bath water. I mean, we were looking at these temperatures right around 90, 91 degrees in some spots. So it's cooled it down. It's still warm. It's warmer than the Atlantic across the Northeast especially, but we've cooled back down into the mid-80s. But we get a few days of quieter wind, less wind out there, plenty of sun. I think as we get into the weekend, we'll see that rebounding really quickly. We'll probably be by Saturday, Sunday, we'll see these water temperatures back up into the upper 80s.
Okay. All right. Not too bad. I mean, I still feel like I just find myself in the water anyway, even no matter the temperature.
And that's the thing. When you get that water temperature, 89, 90 degrees, suddenly you're going out there trying to cool off after maybe sitting out on the beach for a little bit, and you're not cooling off.
Yeah.
So
you're actually baking.
Now you're like, now I'm just baking in the water, not on the beach. So it's nice to get maybe some cooler temperatures in there.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Well, thank you as always for keeping us up to speed on the weather here, as well as Tropical Storm Bertha, which I'm glad to hear hopefully won't be as bad as it first sounded. I mean, you see the system build and you're like, oh no.
Anytime you're hearing tropical depression, tropical storm, it sounds scary. If we can get our entire season like this, that will be a fabulous season.
Yeah. Fingers crossed. We're going to manifest it. Jim, thank you so much. All right, guys, we are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. I'm going to bring you back out to this shot of I-4 in Orlando near downtown. Lots of cars on the road. Some of them might be robo-taxis. The driverless taxis officially debuting this week in both Tampa and Orlando. And we managed to get kind of an inside look from both teams. Our own Heather Healy literally driving in one this morning, and our photographer kind of filming from the back. And then we also are going to touch base with Marley Capper in Orlando, who's kind of covering their angle of the story. So stay tuned for some local news in both Tampa and Orlando. Don't go anywhere. right, welcome back, everyone. Thanks so much for streaming with us here on this Wednesday afternoon. You know, I feel like you get into this job, and the great thing about it is you don't know which, did I spell Orlando wrong? Oh, I'm going to take that down. There's a spelling error. Okay, but you get the gist of the story. Do you want to get into a driverless taxi? So let's start off with that. What do some of you think? Well, 65% of you said no. This is a poll that we took earlier this morning because more rideshare options are coming to Tampa and Orlando. Tesla announcing it's expanding autonomous robo-taxi service. It will compete with Waymo as the company continues to roll out its driverless taxi services in Tampa and Orlando as well. But it's overall the same concept as Waymo, you know, being a driverless vehicle. Tesla's system uses cameras and AI software to navigate cities' streets. And the company says if you can drive with your eyes, then the car should be able to drive with its eyes as well. So 65% of you still not trusting it, but 35%, hey, I mean, our own Heather Healy had a great time doing it. We can actually play for you her latest report because she struggled to get one for a while. And then all of a sudden, close to the 9 o'clock hour this morning, she got the alert that one was coming to pick her up. So let's listen in.
Hey everybody, it's Heather Healy here for Good Day, doing something a little crazy here. I am doing a robo-taxi. It is by Tesla, and it is basically, it's a Waymo, but on Tesla's terms. And it is so weird that there is not a driver here. But what it is, you got to download the app. There's a robo-taxi app. It drops you off, or it picks you up rather. It picks you up, and then it takes you to your destination. So far, so good thus far. And then it'll drop you off into your destination, and we will be all set, and we will be all good to go. We are supposed to be arriving in just about 3 minutes. But look here, you guys. We're right here at a stop sign. It comes to a complete stop. Look at this. Looks around. And then we're going to do a full turn. Look at that. You guys, I feel, honestly, I feel just as safe as I were in a Uber or a Lyft. I feel okay. I feel right now, I feel okay and just fine. I have got Will and I have got Jason with us again this morning. I wasn't going to go by myself. Honestly, really kind of neat. This is honestly really cool. Here again in this Uber, again, it's called Robo Taxi. It took me about 3 hours to get this. It took about 2.5, 3 hours. But we are all set. We are all ready to go. And it'll show where it's turning, and it shows here in the corner where our destination is. This is really kind of neat. There is a woman that's there. Please don't hit it. We'll be okay. There we go. Make sure that this car stops. It weaves in and out pretty smooth. Y'all, no complaints. This is actually pretty cool. We will let you know what happens when we get to our destination. We are almost there. We will arrive in a couple minutes. But so far, so good. Very, very smooth. Very impressed. The only thing, it takes a little bit to get there. It takes a little bit to get the car. But other than that, we are good to go. And I would, so far, recommend it. But this is Heather Healy reporting. I hope everybody tries it. Download that Robo Taxi app. And you guys will, so far, will not be disappointed. Hope everybody has a wonderful day. See, we're at a stoplight and it stops all the way. There's been no sudden stops, no sudden burst on the brake. But we are all set. We're good to go. And it'll show, too, look at all of the cars that it senses. So right now, we're okay. We're good to go. We will report back as well if and when we make it safe. Reporting here for Fox 13, Heather Healy, Fox 13 News.
Good morning. Well, Orlando was one of 7 cities across the country picked to launch this new robo-taxi with Tesla. And of course, with all the technology and tourism that we have here in Central Florida, they probably thought it was a perfect place to do it. Here's how it works. You open up the Tesla app like any other rideshare app and set your pickup location and watch the map as your driverless car navigates towards you. Rides can cost around $3.25 to start, then $1 for every mile you ride, similar to a taxi. Plus, there's no tipping or surge spikes during busy hours. Now, of course, no autonomous system is completely flawless, and developers acknowledge that there's still a learning curve on real-world roads.
It's gotten perfect enough where they go, you know, taxi drivers get in accidents sometimes. It's enough where we're going to monitor these vehicles, let them go, and kind of just figure out the next steps.
For now, you can ride anywhere inside the 25 to 45 square mile in the app's active green zones, which focus around the airport corridor near Cimarron and Lee Vista Boulevard, where we are now. So not a ton of places you can go just yet. That means RoboTaxi does not currently drop off or pick up at MCO. So no airport, no Disney, no Universal, no SeaWorld, and no downtown Orlando. Tesla's Cybercabs were unveiled a few years ago. They're coming soon. No official date on when they're being rolled out just yet. But for now, we'll send things back to you.
All right, look at that. Team coverage in both Tampa and Orlando of these robo-taxis. And we were just laughing here. They said, we're not going to go to those theme parks just yet. But a couple of tidbits. So if you were watching earlier on Tampa's stream, Heather Healy did join us. And a couple of interesting things. She said that, one, right now, these robo-taxis do not make U-turns. So you may find yourself, if you get in one, taking some weird corner cutting, and it might make some weird turns because it doesn't technically make U-turns. And she also said, be careful. Let's say you're not technically ready to go, but everybody buckles up. The car will automatically start driving when everybody in the vehicle has their seatbelts locked in. So as far as pricing goes, you can see it's not too bad. I mean, I know Uber, Lyft, a lot of rideshare apps, it's a decent amount of money. But if you try one, certainly let us know. You know, follow me on social media, Regina Gonzalez. I would love to know how the experience is going, because we had all eyes on Heather on Good Day Tampa Bay when she was doing that live on our show, and she had a really good time. She said she trusted it. But do a lot of you guys trust it? Well, let's take one more look at that poll. No, 65% of you say no, but 35% of you willing to hop on in and give it a try. I gotta say, I probably would. I still haven't been in a Waymo, so yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see. And while we are on the topic of travel, I know obviously our viewers in Orlando, a lot of you travel out of MCO, Orlando International Airport, but coming to Tampa International is an opting in of TSA's Gold Plus program. It's a new nationwide program and would essentially privatize airport security screenings. TPA is actually one of the first airports to opt in to this public-private partnership. So Fox 13's Kylie Jones was following this for us. She talked to some people at Tampa International. So let's get the latest on her report. It was really informative.
Well, this isn't a completely new concept. About 20 airports around the country already use private contractors for their security. Some people call this a good move, saying it really shouldn't impact passengers. After more than 2 decades, airport security is going private. Tampa International Airport is opting into TSA Gold Plus.
To me, I think maybe the state, the local control would be better than the federal.
Airline industry experts say the program is a public-private partnership. Private contractors will work with TSA to operate security at Tampa International. For travelers,
the security screening processes will be the same. You'll still have access to TSA PreCheck if you're a member. If you have TSA touchless ID, you'll still get that.
For TSA workers, they'll no longer be federal employees. Instead, they'll be hired by a private company.
If we ever have another government funding shutdown, TSA won't be impacted. Tampa Airport security screening won't be impacted because TSA will pay these companies in advance, and they're guaranteed, their funding is guaranteed, so that workers are paid regardless.
Under TSA Gold Plus, private contractors would run the screening partnership program. They'd also be in charge of taking care of the security equipment.
The TSA oversees it, and the security standards are set and maintained by TSA.
Industry expert Henry Hartvelt says all of that is dependent on the contractor hiring enough employees, though. Union reps raised concerns with privatizing airport security.
They have a bottom line. So their primary goal is to make sure that they're profitable, and then whatever the other thing is. And in this case, it's the mission that TSA is already doing.
Chris Finlay, the American Federation of Government Employees Local 556 president, also argues this isn't the only way to ensure workers will always get a paycheck. He'd rather see legislation passed protecting federal employees' pay during a government shutdown. In a statement to Fox 13 News about the TSA Gold Plus program, a TSA spokesperson said in part, quote, "Throughout this transition, we remain committed to operational stability and supporting our employees." But the agency hasn't answered our questions yet about when or how this will be rolled out here. TPA and Des Moines International Airport in Iowa are the first two airports to opt into this TSA Gold Plus program. At Tampa International Airport, Kylie Jones, Fox 13 News.
All right, thank you, Kylie, for that report. As we continue on with all the news you need to know about on the roads and in the air as you travel through airports, whether you live in Tampa or Orlando, I'm sure you have traveled to St. Pete Beach. This is one of the vantage points we have in that area. This is a live look right now from our Serrata Beach camera, where it's about 90 degrees as we approach the 2 o'clock hour. We know parking at the beach is no picnic, even if that's your purpose for being there. So if you're lucky enough to find a spot, you're going to have to pay for it. And some businesses on St. Pete Beach say the higher rates are driving away a lot of their customers. So Fox 13's Jennifer Vaglis was able to talk with some business owners and get the latest on this. So I want to play her report for you.
There's a price to pay to enjoy paradise on St. Pete Beach, but Jessica O'Connell, co-owner of Cool Vibes on the Beach, says new parking rates are costing her business.
It's rough. I mean, as you can see during the day, it's a ghost town in here.
She says things haven't been the same since a public parking rate increase went into effect in April, raising the base rate to $5 an hour during the week, $6 on weekends, with an extra $1 seasonal rate February through the end of April, and with only paid spots near her business.
We were told by the city it would be $60 per day per spot if we want designated parking.
O'Connell says the costs have become so high, she's rethinking whether St. Pete Beach is the right place for her business.
To the point that we've already told our landlord when our lease is up in a little over a year and a half, if this doesn't change, we're not going to re-sign.
In the meantime, to help offset the extra cost of parking, she's offering deeper discounts.
On every Tuesday, you can come in and get anything at the bar for $3.99. For lunch, we have $10 lunches.
And creating these Coastal Crew cards.
If you show your driver's license and you live locally, we'll give you a little card that'll give you 10% off every time you come here.
She hopes this Change.org petition will convince city leaders to take another look at the new rates. It's already close to its goal of 200 signatures. Matt Vario, owner of the Toasted Monkey, says it's not a big concern for his restaurant because he has 3 designated parking lots, but agrees the rates could be lower.
I have friends that'll park at my house knowing it's cheaper to just take an Uber to the beach and say, hey, or can we ride our bikes from your house rather than pay for parking.
The city says its parking policies are designed to balance accessibility, turnover, and the limited number of parking spaces available.
Good afternoon, everybody. And first, I want to thank Wheeler High School for hosting this event today. And I also want to thank Superintendent Ragsdale for his strong leadership. Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Isn't it great to be in Cobb County today with President Donald J. Trump?
All right, everyone. So shifting gears here now as we slowly approach the top of the 2 o'clock hour, just want to let you know what's ahead. So we are taking a live look from Marietta, Georgia, where President Trump is expected to speak at Wheeler High School in just a couple of hours. He was just at Dover Air Force Base being present for the dignified transfer of 4 soldiers that were killed in the Middle East over the last couple of days. But this is actually scheduled to happen any moment now. It says he's going to speak at 2 p.m. There's a possible chance it might run a little late, but he is expected to be joined by gubernatorial candidate Rick Jackson and Senate candidate Representative Mike Collins. So local groups, we know, planning to protest events before, during, and after the speech, which is expected to impact traffic a little bit around that. But basically, he is going to campaign, in a sense, in Georgia, as we are just a few months away from the primaries. Trump's trip follows months of attacks on Georgia's election system, which he has criticized since his 2020 loss in the state. Since January, we know the president has questioned the state's voting system at least 9 times during public events and interviews. So we are going to watch this closely. I know at 2 o'clock, you guys are going to see Florida Live. So it's likely if the president does step up to the podium that they will.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
And if you're wondering why, it's because there are a lot of rumors that are swirling around. We are bringing in Fox 35's Matt Trezza on the show today because there are some things happening. Universal has filed a permit for a potential ride of Islands of Adventure. So, Matt, first of all, hello to you and happy Wednesday.
Hello and happy Wednesday to you too.
Yes. Okay. So let's get to what you know right now, because there have been a lot of rumors surrounding what this could be. So what have you found out today, Matt?
So it's interesting. At the same time, I know a lot and I don't know much. And that's also because of the paperwork that's been filed. It doesn't say all that much, but it does give some tantalizing clues. And we do have a lot of background and context about what's going on. So what the paperwork tells us is that Universal is doing some kind of work with a UK-based firm called Garmingdale Engineering, and they've got about a year-long timeline to do this work at their Islands of Adventure or Universal Studios Orlando site. It's the same address for both of those things. So that's what we know. We know roughly where, we know roughly when, and we know with whom the work is happening. Aside from that, we don't know anything else just from what the paperwork tells us. Now, we do know that there's been a lot of demolition work that's been going on, specifically at Islands of Adventure in the Lost Continent area. It's a whole themed area that Universal is just ripping out, and something's got to go there. The big question, of course, is what? And so a lot of the speculation at this point is that this is going to be some kind of work that Garmingdale is going to be doing at this site. And now this firm is known for doing theme park rides, theme park vehicles, transportation, and all the stuff that we think of as being connected with a ride, with an attraction. But they also do, just to be fair, they do security gates and things like that. So one of the experts I talked with said, this could just be a permit for a security gate. But
come on.
The smart money is on it being a kind of attraction or something new to go in that area. And I'm sure everybody wants to hear me say it, so I'll say it now. It could be Pokemon. It could be. That's what the people are asking for. And Universal has come out and confirmed that they are going to be having Pokemon appearances, or what they call intellectual property, IP, at their theme parks globally. It could also be Legend of Zelda. That's another thing that has been in the possibility, in the offering, because we already do have the Super Nintendo world, and there are Zelda elements there as well. So could be one or the other, but there is a lot of hope for Pokemon. So we'll see if people will be able to go there and catch them all.
You know, I'm going to ask, because I know you're a huge theme park fan. Which one are you rooting for, Zelda or Pokemon?
That's a good question. Excuse me. That's a hard question, because growing up in as a child of the late 80s, early 90s, I can say that Zelda does have a special place in my heart. It was one of the first video games I ever played, except my kids are also big Pokemon fans, and I think I got to lean on their side too, because they'd be so excited for that, to go around and see all the creatures and play with them and interact with them. So I think I'm going to tip onto the Pokemon side.
Okay. Listen, you mentioned the construction that has been happening. How is that construction going right now?
It's going on. I mean, the Lost Continent area is pretty much completely gone. I understand that there is one restaurant, a very widely praised restaurant, I forgot the name of it at this point, that is still there, but that is slated to close as well in the coming months. So aside from a restaurant and I think like a fountain area, there is nothing else there that is connected with the previous Lost Continent area. And so that is something that they are, clearly something else is going to go there. Lost Continent, experts say, was kind of an odd fit for the current iteration of or the current version of Universal, because it was the only theme park area in any of Universal parks that wasn't connected to an intellectual property of some kind, which is to say it's not connected with Disney, or sorry, check that. Not connected with Super Nintendo, not connected with How to Train Your Dragon, not connected with The Mummy, not connected with anything else that has like a big franchise that goes with it. Lost Continent was always kind of its own separate thing, and it was the only place in Universal's parks that had that distinction. Now that's gone, and if Zelda or if Pokemon goes there, it will make it complete that every aspect of a Universal property, every attraction there, is connected with some larger kind of universe of characters and storyline, movies, and other things that go with it.
Yeah. Okay, so Matt, I have to ask, because I know you've been digging on things all day long. This permit, were you able to see who the contractor is that was listed on the permit?
Yes, I mentioned that, Garmingdale Engineering.
Yes, okay. So have they also been a manufacturer behind any of the other rides there?
No, not at Universal. They have been, clearly, they work in the industry, but this, according to all the research that I've done, seems like this will be their first partnership with Universal on a project.
So is that telling at all? If the theme park isn't going with a manufacturer that they have used in the past to bring a themed land, is that telling at all? Or I shouldn't be reading that much into it?
I don't think it's not wrong to read into it that way. But I think when it comes to these things, the interesting thing is it is a globalized marketplace when it comes to theme parks and when it comes to the work that's done there. In fact, there is a little old company, I forgot the name of it, but they are in Winter Garden, and they do work with theme parks. And you look outside, I'm trying to remember the name of them, but if you look outside their office in Winter Garden, it lists their locations. It says Winter Garden, Tokyo, and Shanghai. Because that is Burkett Engineering. That's where they literally have their offices. They do work here in Central Florida, and they do work where they go where the business goes. So if the business takes you to Asia, that's where you've got an office. That's where you got to operate. And so that is the way it works when it comes to the theme parks now. Garmindale being a UK-based company. Universal is going to pick the best company for the job. It doesn't matter where they are and where they operate out of. Their people will fly here. They will do the contracting. They will do all the work, maybe even set up a small office here. They're going to go with the best company for the job. And remember, this is a destination, Universal Orlando, that attracts people from around the world to come here and to visit these parks. So they're going to try and get the best contractors in the world to do the work here so they can keep a pace with Disney and with SeaWorld.
Gotcha. When it comes to timelines here, Matt, is there any indication of how long we can expect this initial site prep work to take? Do they have anything listed about that?
Nothing listed about that. Obviously, they know and they're on top of it, but that's not that's not a thing that they share with us. I wish it were, but that's just the way they operate. They're on their own timeline and they're going to do the work that they do. Again, there is, according to the paperwork, about a year-long stretch of time that they have to work on the project. Of course, if they wanted to, they could just sit on their hands their whole time, do nothing with it, and then just file a new permit application down the road, which would stretch out the timeline. But it looks like
you've seen them do that. You've been covering the theme parks for a while. Have you seen them do that before?
I have, no. I haven't seen them do that. When it comes to the timeline for this, we're not talking months, but we're talking years. It does take, they want to make sure that there's all the permitting, there's all the site plan work, there's all the construction, there's all the safety and standards that they have to fulfill, all of that. There's a whole regulatory framework around this. So, we saw how long it took them to build Epic Universe. I mean, it took several years, so it's not something that's going to happen overnight, but they're not going to take too long to do it either, because remember, Disney's got Villains Land opening up, Disney's got their Cars attraction, Disney's got like 2 or 3 other worlds that they're working on, and if Universal wants to compete, they can't sit on their hands for too long.
You are definitely right about that. I know that this is something that you are very passionate about. Listen, everybody here in Central Florida is just dying to know the details, right? We are some nosy people.
That's our job, and I love it. I love it. I think it's so interesting. That's what I love. I mean, I love the ribbon cuttings and I love the groundbreakings, but I also like the documents and the paperwork because, that's where the money is made. That's how these businesses operate. I mean, in the end, we love visiting them and we love the magic, but at the same time, we have to remember that it's a business and there's shareholders and they all want to make money too. So that's a big part of it.
Yes, they do. Okay, so I know you're still putting together that report. When can we expect to see your full report on this, Matt?
That's going to be 5:15 p.m. today.
Perfect. All right. Fox 35's Matt Trezza, we thank you so much for joining us here on Florida Live, giving us an update, a little bit more insight into what we can expect. Look forward to seeing your report coming up here soon. Thank you so much, Matt.
Thank you so much. My pleasure.
All right, listen, we still have a lot more that we want to get to. Before we head to break, I do want to give you a live look at what is happening in Georgia. Let me see if I can get to this. There we are. Right there. So President Donald Trump is in Cobb County, Georgia today. That's just northwest of Atlanta. He's expected to deliver remarks in Marietta, Georgia, actually. You can see there's a rallying event happening right now. The president is campaigning in Georgia amid the Republican concerns that his renewed focus on election fraud claims could hurt the party's chances in some of the country's most competitive Senate races that we've been following. Now, this is also part of a trip focused on things like education and affordability. We're expecting him to possibly pitch a nationwide investment initiative for children. There's lots that we're expecting to hear from the president. Again, that is supposed to begin. He should begin speaking at 3 o'clock. That's what time he is slated. As you know, a lot of times that he doesn't quite begin at the time that we have been given that he will begin. But you can count on us to follow this, and we will bring it to you live as soon as he starts talking. In the meantime, we want to go ahead and take a quick break, but don't you go too far because we have much more coming up here on Florida Live.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us here on Florida Live. Again, back from a quick break. We still have a lot that we want to talk about. We're actually going to be going out to Tampa to check in with our digital content producer, Nancy Gray. I want to make sure, sorry, did I call her Nancy Gray? Nancy Gay. Nancy, there is so much on the mind here today on this Wednesday, but I want to go ahead and pull you up because you have several stories that you want to get to for us today. What are you starting things off with? Which one is she on again? 3.
Behind a business that had been closed down. And this man was taken to an area hospital where he is suffering from a traumatic brain injury and he is still on a ventilator. So while police were investigating that, they were also investigating a series of break-ins. And that's when they arrested a 13-year-old, a 14-year-old, as well as a 16-year-old. And after that arrest, they were able to link these 3 teenagers, again, one of them as young as 13, to these brutal attacks on the homeless. police. And the Tampa Police Department says preliminary evidence indicates that the reason they started attacking these people was simply because they were bored. Now, all 3 of these teenagers have been charged with attempted murder and hate crime offenses. Now, deputy and police leadership call the attacks targeted violence, emphasizing that boredom does not justify brutality. And the Tampa Police Department is also asking anybody who may have any additional information about these crimes to contact the Tampa Police Department or call Crime Stoppers.
Wow, that is just so terrible, Nancy. Thank you so much for that one. Now, you also have another story that you're working on here regarding drink spiking drug detection. What is going on with this?
Yeah, so this one is actually really pretty cool. A 22-year-old USF graduate student, Addison Bounds, she has created a device called Elura Armor. And what it is, it's a simple little device that can go on a bracelet, it can go on a pendant, or it can actually go like on a purse gem. And she's calling it jewelry that will actually help you detect if your drink has been spiked. Now, she says that she came up with the idea because several of her friends had their drinks spiked, and she says one of her friends was actually assaulted after having her drink spiked. And she says her company, they created this small sensor that uses it's an electromagnet sensor that detects benzodiazepines. And that's a class of drug that is commonly associated with drink spiking cases. And the concept, it's fairly simple. The users will place a small sample of their drink onto the sensor, and then that sensor will alert them through a connected phone app if a substance is detected. Now, she says the goal is to shift responsibility away from the victims and put power back into people's hands. She noted that realizing how many people intend to do harm was a rude awakening, proving that people often have to look out for themselves. Now, her co-founder is working with a team to refine the technology, and they hope the project will actually become a part of a much larger movement, and they hope to launch this in January of 2028, around the time of the Olympics.
Oh, very interesting. We'll be keeping a close eye on that. And lastly, Nancy, we have to talk about a big story when it comes to autonomous vehicles. Tesla partnering and launching the robo-taxis in Tampa. So talk to me about this, because here in the Orlando area, we're really excited that they are coming to the city. Beautiful. Well, I mean, some people have their feelings about it, but what can you tell us about what's going on in Tampa?
Yeah, so this is actually really cool. And so initially in Tampa, these robo-taxis will only be available for about a 25 to 45 square mile radius. And that area includes the area surrounding downtown Tampa, East Tampa, West Tampa, as well as Ybor City. So unfortunately, right now, these driverless robo-taxis are not going to be able to take you out to Tampa International Airport or out to the suburbs. But it does for those like the competitors like Waymo that uses LiDAR, which is a combination of radar and sonar sensors. These robo-taxis are actually going to be using cameras as well as artificial intelligence. And the company operates on the idea that if a human can navigate through a vehicle can do the same thing using cameras. Now, if you do plan on taking a ride, there are a few simple things to keep in mind. Riders must book through the Tesla robo-taxi app and verify the vehicle's license plate before getting inside of it. Now, trips are strictly for the account holder, so you can't book one of these robo-taxis and expect to go somewhere with all of your friends. And minors between 8 and 17, they must be accompanied by an adult, and children under the age of 8, as well as pets, are not permitted, and passengers are not allowed to sit in the front left driver's seat. Now, we did have one of our reporters this morning. She was on this story all morning, and she spent about an hour and a half actually trying to catch one of these robo-taxis in Tampa. Wow. It took her a while, but she was eventually able to call one of these rides, and it showed up, and she got in, and she did get this ride in the robo-taxi. And it was pretty cool to see this driverless car come and pick her up and get inside. So it was definitely an experience for everyone.
I bet it was. Okay, Nancy, I have to ask, are you getting in one?
I am not not going to get in one just yet. I definitely want the technology to expand before I consider getting in one. But I will say probably, I don't know, it was about 9 months ago at the grocery store, I noticed a couple, they were standing outside and they had their carriage, they had all their groceries in, but they were just standing on the sidewalk. They weren't actually going out into the parking lot to their car. And then I saw a driverless car come and pick them up. It was the craziest thing, because you look and I'm like, maybe somebody's just hiding or they're short, but no, it was a driverless car. It stopped right in front of them. The trunk opened up and they loaded up their groceries. They got inside and off they went. So that was definitely the first time that I had ever seen it. But for right now, I probably would not get in one just yet, waiting for the technology to expand.
Maybe I live on the wilder side. I can't wait to get into one of these. I'm waiting to find one so I can get in one. All right, of course, Fox, what was that, Nancy?
Oh, nothing. I'm sure that would be definitely an experience you'll remember forever.
Absolutely. I'll be sure to let you know how it is. Yes. All right, Nancy Gay, Fox 13 senior content producer. Thank you so much for our Florida connection. We appreciate you as always.
Thank you.
Okay, so we still have a lot that we want to talk about, and I know it's the middle of the week. We keep talking about, summer winding down. We only have precious moments left to get in all of the time with the little ones before they head back to school. It's only a couple of weeks away. So we want to get a look at the forecast. We're going to bring in Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, who is here with us this afternoon. Laurel, happy Wednesday to you.
Happy Wednesday. We made it to hump day.
Yes, halfway through I always say it's not quite Monday. It's not a Monday, but we're not celebrating like it's Friday either. But either way, I'm happy to see you.
Oh, I appreciate that. You know what? That's the great way to start my week. It's my Monday, so.
You're right. You're right. So it's a good start to the week. And those rain chances, they're down, right?
They are going down. And the reason why is because of Tropical Storm Bertha in the Gulf. It's actually funneling in some dry air, and that is what's bringing us in not only a little bit of those warmer temperatures, but those drier conditions. So if you were one of the lucky few that kind of got caught in some of those showers the past couple of days, probably over the next few days, you're even going to be even luckier if you do get caught in a shower, because those rain chances are basically going to be about 20% over the next couple of days. So let's take a look. We got the 2 p.m. update from the National Hurricane Center. So let's take a look at what is the latest on Bertha. So what we were seeing with the latest with this tropical storm is that it's only just a few miles away from the Mississippi coastline, and it should be making landfall at any point later on this evening off the coast of Louisiana. So here's the 2 p.m. update. 45-mile-per-hour winds, wind gusts right around 45 miles per hour as well. As it works its way on land by 8 p.m., most likely sooner, it should be making a first landfall somewhere along the coast of Louisiana. Then once we head into a little bit later on for your Thursday, then it should be most likely making its way onto Houston or South Texas shorelines, and that's what we're going to be most likely seeing, a second landfall before it slowly fizzles out as it works inland. But you can kind of see, we see this little bit of strengthening just before it makes landfall, most likely just off the coast of Louisiana. Then it kind of loses its steam a little bit as it gets cut off from the ocean, and then it kind of picks back up a little bit just before it makes landfall in Houston, most likely is what models are showing right now, and then it's set to fizzle. After this, Marlisa, we're really not seeing a lot. We are going to be pretty much quiet over the next 2 weeks as we are seeing a lot of wind shear and a lot of Saharan dust in areas across the Atlantic. But in Gulfport is where we're expecting to see this storm make landfall, especially in areas across New Orleans. We're seeing tropical storm warnings and tropical storm watches all along the coast. So we're going to be watching these areas very carefully as we head through the next couple of days. Spaghetti models again taking the storm all the way along the Gulf Coast and eventually making a second landfall somewhere in Texas. Some of these models do bring it up and even cause a good amount of rain across the Great Plains. Other of them actually bring it all the way over Central America and back into the Baja Peninsula. That's something that we're going to need to watch. But as of right now, for us impacts here in Florida, of course, we saw a good amount of rain, especially for the past couple of days. For the rest of this week, we're not going to be seeing a good amount of rain pretty much at all. So here's Wednesday. We have a lot of dry air in the region, so maybe a couple of spot showers out and about. That's pretty much it. All of the tropical moisture is being taken out with Bertha as it works its way westward. So we have dry air over the region now, but take a look at Thursday. We slowly start to see some of that more tropical air start to sneak back into the region, and this is what's going to jumpstart again kind of our daily afternoon thunderstorms as we take a look ahead toward the end of the work week and start of the weekend. But as that dry air is here, Marlisa, it is going to be hot. Average high for this time of year, 92 degrees, and we're going to be right around 96, 97 before we start to see those daily afternoon storms kind of jumpstart back into the region. And that's what's going to be making our temperatures feel a little more on the muggy side as opposed to more on the dry heat side of what we're expecting today and tomorrow. But you can see our rain chances low Thursday, low Friday, and they're slowly going to start to creep back up to about 50% as we take a look at the weekend. But not a washout by any means, but enjoy the dry heat while we have it. We're going to be seeing that very dry heat over the next couple of days, so our temperatures, even though they're going to be lingering throughout the upper 90s, they're really only going to be feeling like the low hundreds, so very dry, typical heat as what we normally see sometime in April. That's what we're going to be feeling over the next couple of days as we see that dry air surge in. But once we start to see that moisture work its way back in, that's when we have the heat and the humidity working together, and that's what's going to be making our temperatures feel well into the triple digits. Melbourne, right now, it is gorgeous out there. Just a couple of clouds, a nice breeze, especially along the coast. It is a beautiful summer day here across central Florida. Not even looking at a whole lot of rain chances. A couple of spotty showers way off coast, but that's about it. So for the rest of the evening, temperature is going to be staying hot and humid out there for sure. And that's pretty much what's going to designate at least the rest of the work week. Daytona Beach, that's what's going to be the place to be. Marlisa, I know lots of folks are trying to get that last couple of days of summer in with the kids because I can't believe I'm saying this, but school is just right around the corner. Isn't that crazy?
Yes.
So at least for the next couple of days, if you're trying to work your way to the beach, we are going to be seeing pretty much gorgeous beach days tomorrow as well as on Friday. Things are going to be looking gorgeous for that. And then even as we take a look at the next 24 to 48 hours, it is just going to be pretty much rain free. So taking a look ahead, maybe a spot shower later on this evening. Other than that, we are looking good all through your Thursday. Here's 1 p.m. when we normally see those storms really start to blossom up. We're going to be seeing very just spotty showers here and there if we're even lucky. Maybe it's going to be completely dry, a couple of clouds out there. But other than that, it is going to be dry out there for sure. And here's a sneak peek of your 7-day forecast. Pretty much a copy and paste at least through the next couple of days. We'll slowly start to see those rain chances start to sneak back their way in Monday and Tuesday. But other than that, Marlisa, pretty much a dry forecast, at least through the rest of the work week.
Absolutely. All right, Laurel, listen, I can't complain too much about this at all. I know Noah likes to give me a hard time about being the chief complainer in the complaint department.
What? You don't need to give any complaints.
I know. That's what you
I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah. You all need to handle that in the storm team. Let him know that you don't know what he's talking about and where he would even get that information from.
I have no idea. I know, unfortunately, this is, I know, one thing that you may complain about a little bit. Of course, our rain chances are kind of picking back up by the end of the weekend, but good news, not a washout by any means. It's going to be kind of similar to what we've been feeling for the past couple of days when we were seeing kind of the bands from Bertha, seeing those storms move in and then quickly move out, but not a washout of a weekend whatsoever, but a little bit more of those rain chances.
And that's the part I have to keep in mind is don't go canceling everything.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Maybe just in the afternoon. Might try to move those inside.
Yeah, we can avoid that then. That'll do. All right, Laurel, thanks so much. We'll see you later this evening.
Thanks, Marlisa.
Thank you. All right, we are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, today's a big day. We're talking Media Day. College football is almost back, baby. We are excited. Don't you go too far. We will be back with much more Florida Live.
put to Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back to Florida Live. I'm Marlisa Goldsmith in for Garrett Weimer this week. Happy Wednesday to you all. Thanks for joining us here wherever you're joining from. A lot of different options for you to tune into Florida Live. Listen, we're turning our attention now to college football. The countdown is on. College football is almost back, baby. A lot of people, it's funny whenever I talk to sports fans out there, it's like they don't know what to do with themselves. When football ends until when it starts all over again, they are just lost in the sauce. They are so confused. But for all of my confused friends out there, don't worry, the wait is almost over. Today is a massive day for the Florida Gators. It is media day for the football team, which is why I want to bring in Fox 35 sports reporter Jonah Karp, who is joining us from there. So, Jonah, today's a really big day. Talk to me about it. How excited are you? Scale of 1 to 10.
Math. And I think you can loop me in with the sports people you've talked to who are often confused, but that's for a variety of reasons. No, this has been fun. I've been to several of these SEC media days. This has been going on. Today was just Florida, but this has been going on all week since Monday, and it continues tomorrow because the SEC has a lot of teams. And so this started on Monday. Today was Florida, but not just Florida. There were 4 teams featured today. It started with Alabama, continued with Florida, and then 2 more after that.
Okay, so Jonah, the team has overhauled the coaching staff here, and there are a lot of expectations. Talk to me about the expectations here.
I mean, the expectations, and we sort of had a similar conversation with the Orlando Magic several weeks ago when they announced their new head coach. You know, it's hard to say expectations, right? Because it's just been several years of disappointment. But when you have a new coach, and specifically with John Summerall, who came in, you know, really preaching a great message, got a lot of players to stay, got a lot of recruits to buy in, which was very important and a big thing for him, too. Of course, you know, it helps to build the team when you don't have to move that many pieces around, but just getting veteran guys to stick around and buy into a completely new message is hard to do. And Summerall has done that. So when you talk about expectations, he wants the fan base to buy in. He wants Gainesville to rally around this new and frankly improved Florida Gators roster. We'll see. We'll see what the record says at the end of the year. But as long as they're, I would say, in contention by November, I think that's a good sign for the Florida Gators, right?
I think so too. So the countdown is on. A lot of people looking forward to this season. What has the sense been from fans around there? I know it's summertime, but have there been any college students that you've been talking to or seeing any buzz on social media? What are people saying about this upcoming season?
I mean, I haven't talked to any college fans. But, you know, like students around this time, they really want to get back to school, right? Like, I remember when I was a student and July hit, I'm like, man, I can't wait to put my nose in a book. No, I mean, look, college football gets people excited. And there are a lot of fans who don't know what to do with themselves between, you know, the winter months and August. And now Florida fans have a reason to get excited. It's a new era. They don't have a team that's producing and bringing out the same exact guys. It's a completely new era. And that's exciting, no matter how you slice it.
Yeah, it is something to really get behind, rally behind. So this new coach here, I know that when it comes to new people coming in, people have their thoughts and their opinions, right? But you had a chance to speak with him, didn't you?
I did, yeah. I got several minutes with him. Passionate guy, got to ask him a couple of questions, and here's part of our conversation.
Hold on one second, Jonah, because we're working to get the sound here. We're seeing the interview, and we're working to get the sound because we have to hear this. Again, a lot of excitement building behind this new era that you speak of. Let's see if we can cue up this sound here.
And they want to get better, and so I'm just trying to make sure through even maybe what is added things to the calendar, or maybe a heightened awareness of what we're doing or how we're doing it publicly, that we still keep the main thing, which is our players and player development, player retention, player acquisition. It's about the player. It's a player-driven game, and so trying to make sure we stay focused on that. But it's been great.
How has this transition been for your family?
It's been great, man. The Gainesville community has been very welcoming. The schools that my kids are going to, everybody's been awesome. Fantastic place to live and raise a family.
Is there like a physical item that you've taken every step of your journey to Gainesville here now?
That's a good question. I've got a couple of sayings that are like on paper that are behind my desk that travel everywhere with me, from stop to stop. And then I've got my high school helmet and my college helmet have gone into every office I've worked in for a long time, that just remind me, don't forget where you came from. And, also helps remind me, hey, you were a player. Don't forget it's about the players. Mm-hmm. And so those things have always traveled.
What are the sayings?
One of them's a quote about attitude. It's the Charles Swindoll poem about attitude being, life being 90% how you respond to it, 10% what happens to you, that kind of thing. And then a couple other ones about just doing your best when nobody's watching. The work you do in the dark comes to the light, those kind of things, some stuff like that.
You said the one disability in life, and forgive me if I'm misquoting you, is a bad attitude?
Yeah, I'm a firm believer the only disability in life is a bad attitude.
When did you adopt that?
I'd say probably 10 years ago. I saw a guy that was a Baltimore Ravens fan on a video, and I heard him say that, and it really resonated with me. He was a guy that had some physical health issues, and he talked about, when you go through adversity, really the only thing that can hold you back, whether it's physical or mental, health issues, is a bad attitude. And if you have a good attitude, you can do anything you want.
Forget the word hope. What do you expect people to say about the Florida Gators by the end of the year?
I just want them to say that we bring it every day. That every time you come to watch us play, we're going to lay it on the line. If we lay it on the line each and every Saturday and prepare the right way during the week, I can live with outcomes. What I can't live with is if we don't give ourselves every opportunity to be successful.
What defines success for you?
Just being your best every day. The scoreboard obviously matters. We want to win. Winning matters. But I've been a part of great performances where I didn't get the outcome I wanted, but where there was growth at times. And so I'm not going to sit here and put a cap on what we can do or say if we do this, I'll be happy. I want to win every game we play. I'm not comfortable conceding anything, but at the same time, to me, it's about the direction you're heading and the growth you're making.
All right, so Jonah, that was quite the interview. I can see why people are excited about this new era. I know that there may be some nerves because there were so many new players brought in this offseason. I believe I saw the number 52 Is that accurate?
Yeah. I mean, it's a new era for a lot of reasons. This team hasn't named a quarterback yet. So we don't know who's going to be starting behind center for the Florida Gators come September. But you kind of heard it in Summerall's voice. You heard his passion there.
Yeah.
I was talking to Vernell Brown, and I asked him, give me one word to describe John Summerall. He said, I have two words, unique and unapologetically himself, which in itself is two words. But I thought that was very fitting for what John Summerall provides. And you can look at his press conferences, you can look at other Q&As that he's done. He's the same guy. And if he's that guy with the media, he's going to be that guy in the locker room probably tenfold.
Definitely a lot to look forward to this upcoming football season. Again, the countdown is on, just days away, not too far away. Jonah Karp, we certainly appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live on this Wednesday afternoon. Thanks for being here.
Thanks, Marlise. And I don't know what Noah's talking about with the chief, whatever he called you, but
complainer. Where would he get that
chief complainer. I don't know. But
you think
but
your colleagues know you? They don't.
No, I have complaints about him now.
All right, Jonah, good to see you. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Melissa.
All right, listen, we're going to take a quick break here. And on the other side of the break, we have still so much more to get to here on Florida Live. Don't go too far. We'll be right back in a couple of minutes.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back to Florida Live. Marlisa Goldsmith here in for Garrett Weimer this week. Listen, this hour has been packed with so many things happening, but we want to get out to something that's happening live right now. At the top of the hour, I mentioned that the president is out in Cobb County, Georgia. Again, that's a little northwest of the city of Atlanta. He's expected to deliver remarks in Marietta, Georgia at about 3 o'clock, give or take. We're about 15 minutes out from the time that he is slated to begin speaking. Again, he's campaigning beginning there in Georgia. This trip was going to be focused on a variety of things, some including topics including education, affordability, a nationwide investment initiative for children. We don't know exactly all of the details of the things that he's expected to outline during when he takes the stage there this afternoon. But I can tell you right now, the Secretary of Treasury, U.S. Secretary of Treasury Scott Bessent, is on the podium right now, and I want to go ahead and take a live listen into this.
The American dream belongs to every child, and for equipping the next generation to claim its rightful share of it with Trump accounts. Thank you all very much. It's an honor to be with you here today.
We were going to be hearing from the U.S. Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent. There you saw as we went live to that event that he was just stepping off of the podium. But again, all eyes will be there in Marietta, Georgia, here in about 13 minutes or so, where the President of the United States is set to take the podium there. He is campaigning in Northeast Georgia there, expected to speak on a variety of topics. So before we get to that, we want to go ahead and get one more quick break in so that we can make sure that we bring the President's remarks live to you here on Florida Live. So we'll be right back.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Welcome back to Florida Live. Thanks for being here on this Wednesday. Again, if you have been following us throughout the hour, we are anticipating President Donald Trump taking the podium in Marietta, Georgia this afternoon. He's slated to take the podium at 3 o'clock this afternoon. So our team here in the studio is keeping a very close eye on our live camera out there to see when that happens. We'll be sure to bring that to you live right here on Fox 35 and streaming. But in the meantime, there has been a lot of talk in the sports world. No, I'm not talking about media day like we were with Jonah Karp here with football season beginning in just a couple of weeks, but we are talking about the LeBron James. You all know he recently became a free agent when his contract with the LA Lakers expired. A lot of speculation about what's going to happen. We all know he's in great shape, right? So obviously, we expect him to go to another team now that he's a free agent. Well, here's the deal. Miami Heat accidentally posted a YouTube live stream, and then they quickly snatched that thing down. They removed it, but not before people could take screen grabs, screen records of it happening. It is all over the place online. Our own Johnny Jackson actually had a chance to speak with the lead writer at 5 Reasons Sports Network, and we want to go ahead and take a listen to what he had to say about this whole debacle.
All right, so Mateo, we saw a YouTube live stream link go up, immediately taken down. LeBron introductory press conference to the Miami Heat. What was your reaction?
What a huge surprise. This is not the way that the team usually does things, and lo and behold, it was a mistake, and it was a rather unfortunate and a little bit embarrassing mistake for them, because as LeBron James is reveling in the attention he's receiving while the world awaits his next decision, they better hope it didn't affect his decision to perhaps want to come there, because they can go from potentially being a very good team, one of the 4 best in the conference this year as a contender, to a great team. And when you think about what LeBron James brings, even going into year 24 with his credentials and offensive prowess, it was definitely a massive surprise, because this was something sloppy, and the Heat are usually not like that, even at their social media department.
And like you said, there is potential that LeBron's team, including Rich Paul, could potentially take offense to this. I mean, what have you heard from LeBron's camp and how he's operated before?
Well, listen, I haven't heard anything on how he is feeling right now, but listen, great players can get spooked easily. You don't want to do anything that doesn't come across as highly professional. He's made it a point that he's going to drag out this process as long as possible, and doing something that could cause unwanted attention is very unwise, and rightfully the team's PR department said it was a mistake. And the mistake wasn't having like a link ready just in case. It was just that somebody jumped the gun, and which is going to look bad organizationally. But usually I'm sure that all four teams, vying for LeBron James, probably had a link ready just in case. But obviously, the Heat side made the mistake and pressed send, of course.
And we saw something similar with your Orlando Magic, kind of posting the live stream link for Sean Sweeney's introductory press conference as their new head coach before they even announced the hiring. I mean, this isn't something without precedent, but how big of a deal is it really in the NBA landscape?
For something like Sean Sweeney, I think it's way more low stakes. They were obviously, committed to him being the guy way before the announcement was made, and they really like Sean Sweeney. I don't think it's the same thing, because listen, coaches do not have the same impact on a team as a great player, and LeBron James, even at this point in his career, can make a massive impact on the Miami Heat. While it isn't without precedent, each situation is a bit differently. While it's more embarrassing for the Miami Heat and potentially the consequences more severe, the situation with the Orlando Magic, I didn't think it was of big consequence.
Now let's talk about LeBron's impact on the Miami Heat. If he were to take his talents back to South Beach, what does he bring?
He brings the number one thing that they are lacking, and that is playmaking. You know, a lot of people have been fixated on shooting, and I was kind of relieved to hear Pat Riley go on Dan Le Batard's show, and he said playmaking, which is absolutely correct, because outside of Giannis Antetokounmpo, Davion Mitchell, you know, and Drew Smith, you're really lacking in this department. You would have to find various ways to get creative so those guys don't get burnt out. And here's what LeBron specifically brings. He's so strong on the dribble. He may not be as fast as he used to be, but because he's so strong, 90% of the league will not be able to stay on his hip, and that's going to cause a lot of overreaction, and he's going to hit shooters and cutters on the move. The other thing that he can bring is playmaking out of the post. It's not something that he went to a whole lot in his career. However, LeBron was highly effective going to the post, especially when he was in Miami, because LeBron is big man size. He's a little bit more muscular than Bam Adebayo and being of comparable size. And when he puts his back into someone's chest, not many people in the league, like 95% of them, cannot hold him to a spot. And this is also something that's going to cause a double team. And he's going to tear apart those coverages. Regardless of where LeBron goes, he is going to bring that element, and it's going to be very significant. But as it pertains to the Miami Heat, this is something they I don't want to say desperately need, because they're still going to be a very good team if he doesn't go there. But this has the potential to take them to another level, and even also preserve a little bit of Giannis, preserve a little bit of Bam for the playoffs, while also doing the same for LeBron James.
And when we look at LeBron's options, right, potentially Philadelphia, potentially Cleveland, potentially Golden State was rumored there for a while, is Giannis the best teammate on the market for LeBron, I guess?
100%, and you got to look at just more than the teammates. Of course, you know, Giannis, the best player out of on all the teams vying for him, having delivered a championship to the Milwaukee Bucks in 2021, their first since 1971, and he is still that player. But you look at all the other components. Eric Spoelstra won 2 championships with LeBron James, and he is a much better coach than he was in those years. Obviously, they went to 4 NBA finals. And you also look at the other players with credentials. Bam Adebayo has 2 Olympic gold medals and was the second best player on 2 teams that went to the NBA Finals. Andrew Wiggins was the second best player next to Stephen Curry on the 2022 championship team. So when you combine all of these things, I'm looking at the infrastructure that can ensure LeBron James doesn't burn himself out in the regular season, because apart from the high...
All right, so we appreciate Johnny for grabbing that interview for us to learn more about the speculation behind LeBron James possibly going to Miami Heat. In the meantime, we are waiting for President Donald Trump to make remarks in Georgia. He is in Marietta, Georgia this afternoon. Again, you know, runs the gamut of what we expect him to talk about this afternoon, but we will bring that to you. Thank you for joining me here today. We are talking about Trump. He is in Georgia right now, as you can see outside. You can see fans starting to gather around, waiting for the president to speak. I think he's set to speak on a lot of different issues. He's going to speak about, education. I'm sure he'll speak about the war in Iran. There's a lot of things on his
agenda, and the president is campaigning in Georgia amid Republican concerns that his renewed focus on election fraud claims could hurt the party's chances in some of the country's most competitive Senate races. Now, this is also part of a trip focused on education, as I spoke a little bit about prior, and affordability. He's going to pitch potentially a nationwide investment initiative for children. Hopefully we'll get to hear from the president more on the details of that and how that will be distributed throughout the states. Just lots to talk about. The president is scheduled to speak at 3 p.m. So that's any minute now. That is certainly any minute now. Fans have definitely a packed house in Georgia. And once the president speaks, we'll take that live. We'll also stream it on YouTube. Our social media platforms will probably on. And of course, as always, we'll follow the stories. And after the conclusion of the president's remarks, we will break those down. You can check Fox35Orlando.com. They'll have, more on the remarks itself if you aren't able to stick around and talk to us about it. But we're just awaiting the president. Again, 3 p.m. is when he's set to talk. It's 3:02 right now, and as you know, sometimes political leaders run a little bit behind. So no surprise there that we're still kind of taking that time to see what the president is going to join us and talk about this afternoon. Now, let's talk a little bit about those nation-wide investment plans that the president is potentially going to be talking about. It's initiative, again, for children. And the president, this is not the first time that he's brought this to our attention. He's talked about it. It's officially underway. You know, the government provides at least around $1,000 seed deposit for all U.S. citizens' children. This is children born between January 1st, 2025 and December 31st, 2028. Families can use these Trump accounts allegedly to track investments and make contributions of up to $5,000 per year. Now, let's go ahead and move along here as well. The U.S. House is conditions at Delivery Hall. They're going to be talking about ICE facility. And so let's go ahead and take a listen into that while we wait for the president. One second while we get that sound playing here.
Arthur.
There we are.
Chairman Van Drew, Ranking Member Crockett, Ranking Member Raskin, Mr. Johnson, thank you for inviting me here today. First, a confession. I've never been to Delaney Hall, and I've never toured the facility to assess any of the allegations that have been made about it. That said, for more than 8 years, including 6 as a staffer for this committee, I exercised oversight jurisdiction over ICE detention facilities and visited many. In addition, I served for an additional 8 years as an immigration judge at the York County Prison in Pennsylvania, which contracted with ICE for detention space. I walked the facility, I ate in the dining hall, and I worked out in the weight room. Consequently, I am intimately familiar with how ICE detains aliens and the national detention standards under which it operates. As the Third Circuit described it last year, the elephant in the room today is the fact that state and local officials in New Jersey oppose immigration detention in the Garden State. First, the legislature enacted AB 5207 to prohibit entities there from contracting with ICE to run detention facilities. The Third Circuit subsequently concluded that this law, as applied to ICE's Elizabeth detention facility, was an improper attempt to, quote, dictate the manner in which the federal immigration function is carried out, close quote, in a violation of the doctrine of intergovernmental immunity. Such efforts have continued, however, and shortly after GEO announced it would be opening Delaney Hall for ICE detention, the mayor vowed to padlock, quote unquote, the facility, and then the city sued GEO, complaining Delaney Hall didn't receive proper permits and local officials had been denied access. GEO was requested the case be dismissed because ICE wasn't added as a party, but in any event, it appears city inspectors have subsequently been allowed access. Nonetheless, in June, the state sued GEO, contending health inspectors had been denied, quote, full access, close quote, to Delaney Hall when they arrived in response to conditions there. In response, DOJ complained about the politicization of the issue while also contending ICE has, quote, authorized access to the facility for a reasonable and appropriate inspection pursuant to the state's written request, close quote. Both cases are ongoing. But key constitutional federal doctrines, as I laid out in my written testimony, will govern the court's resolution of each. Most notable is what I talked about before, intergovernmental immunity, a principle under which state attempts to regulate the federal government directly or state actions that discriminate against the U.S. government or those with whom it deals are invalid. While those doctrines may invalidate state action, they cannot and should not restrict federal oversight, including and especially congressional oversight. Such oversight, as I explained at the outset, was my stock in trade for more than 8 years. But both my bosses and I were, some of whom are surrounding us today, were always conscious of performing it in such a way so as not to impede the very functions that we were investigating. That was particularly true when it came to immigration detention. The security of facilities and the safety of the officers and detainees therein was always paramount, and I was always willing to comply with reasonable restrictions imposed on me when touring the facilities, and I continue to believe, with due respect, that is the appropriate policy. Skepticism, of course, is the best policy when conducting oversight, and there's always a danger that what Congress is being told isn't the full truth. There are, however, numerous safeguards built into the system to ensure that problems aren't hidden and the legislative branch is not deceived. By my count, 5 congressional committees oversee ICE detention, to say nothing of the DHS Inspector General, other internal watchdogs, Office of Professional Responsibility, etc., the Government Accountability Office, the media, and internal whistleblowers. Moreover, ICE's detention standards are contractual and as enforceable as any contract, and the agency expects performance. I understand that many oppose immigration detention, but I'll also note that the first law passed this Congress was the Lake and Riley Act, which mandated detention and empowered the states to sue to ensure it occurs. You can understand why ICE officers in New Jersey and elsewhere feel like they're getting whipsawed by this body. Finally, even if local politicians successfully forced ICE detention out of New Jersey, that doesn't mean aliens would be released. Instead, they'd be sent far away from their families and their lawyers, and that would not make their cases or their plights any easier. Again, I thank you for your time, and I look forward to your questions, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Arthur. Mr. Sinha, you may begin.
Chairman Van Drew, Ranking Member Crockett, Committee Chair Jordan, Ranking Member Raskin, members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Amol Sinha. I lead the ACLU of New Jersey. For over 105 years, the ACLU has fought against abuses of power for the civil rights and liberties of all Americans under both Democratic and Republican administrations alike. We've represented individuals and institutions across the ideological spectrum, recently including a supporter of President Trump's in New Jersey, the NRA, Black Lives Matter leaders, students, veterans, and many more, all with one common goal: to uphold the promises of the Constitution. I'm here today to share what people in New Jersey and across the country are facing at the hands of an agency that has acted with no accountability for far too long. In just the past 2 weeks, 2 fathers were shot dead by ICE agents, Lorenzo Salgado Araujo was gunned down in the streets of Houston. Johann Sebastian Duran Guerrero was killed outside his family's apartment in Maine. His 3-year-old daughter nearby, still in her bluey pajamas. These killings happened in broad daylight, in front of witnesses, with cell phone cameras rolling. And this is what happens when the whole country is watching. What confidence can we possibly have behind the locked doors of a facility like Delaney Hall? I want to address the premise of this hearing directly. Its title suggests that reports of maltreatment at Delaney Hall are a false narrative. That claim does not survive contact with the record. The people detained at Delaney Hall have told us in their own words, and I quote, "They tell us we have no rights here." I met with an individual recently detained there. When he arrived, the food smelled so rancid, he didn't eat for 3 days. When he finally ate to avoid starving, he was in severe pain. He asked a guard for a doctor. The guard said that he only spoke English and couldn't help. It took 7 more days for a doctor to finally see him. And by the time he was released, the pain was so severe that he ended up in the hospital for a week, requiring surgery for a serious GI condition that he developed while in detention. I wish I could tell you that his case was unusual, but I could sit here and tell you about the man denied his wheelchair for 40 days. The 18-year-old denied the ability to finish high school on time. The husband who lost so much weight that even lying down became physically painful. This is the pattern. The lack of access to medical care, the coercion to sign purportedly voluntary departure agreements, the unsanitary conditions and inedible food, the broken air conditioning in 100-degree temperatures. Every person I've spoken with, every letter that has come out of that facility tells some version of a similar account. When these individuals saw no other option, hundreds of them engaged in the hunger and labor strike for weeks to call attention to the injustices. And I think we can all agree on a simple truth. No one should have to starve themselves for the government to recognize their humanity. In turn, ICE responded with pepper spray, solitary confinement, and punitive transfers. People are dying at these facilities at an alarming rate. More than 50 people have died in ICE custody under this administration, the deadliest period on record. John Wilson Brutus died in ICE custody after 1 day of being detained at Delaney Hall. ICE is sending a chilling message to every family in New Jersey and across the country. Being an immigrant and exercising your solidarity with immigrants is unsafe. The Trump administration has told us repeatedly that ICE is going after the worst criminal offenders and claims that who's detained in facilities like Delaney Hall are exactly those folks. In fact, this administration's own data undercuts that false narrative. Over 70% of the people held at Delaney Hall have no criminal history.
So that right there was the U.S. House examining a New Jersey ICE detention center. You heard a couple of representatives speak about that there. Still ahead, set to speak, President Trump. He is in Georgia, and once he makes his way to that podium, we will bring it to you right here on Fox 35 News Plus. But for now, we're going to go ahead and take it to a little bit of a break. We'll be right back. Stick with us.
Reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
Hello, thank you for sticking around with us. We're still waiting on President Trump to take the podium. But right now, we're going to turn our attention to the Louisiana governor. He's speaking right now about Tropical Storm Bertha. It has officially made landfall in Louisiana. This is something that our own meteorologists have been talking about and how it's affected Central Florida. But right now, we're going to go ahead and take it to the Louisiana governor, who's going to share some more about it.
Continue to do their work. Bertha will weaken steadily as it moves inland. The dry air, that wind shear, and the interaction with land is going to take most of the punch out of the storm. So you really don't expect to see tropical storm force winds to extend very far into the state before those begin to subside. Yes, it is going to get breezy, even downright windy in metro New Orleans, but it's not going to be very problematic. Rains, pockets of heavy rain certainly going to be possible, not only today, but through Thursday on the backside of the system as it pushes to the west. But again, not anticipating anything too problematic. Pockets of flooding will be possible, particularly in those places that routinely flood. And we're going to keep our eyes on the potential for some coastal flooding, a little bit of storm surge there. But in most cases, the surge is going to be 3 feet or less. That's manageable for those coastal communities. They see that on a not frequent basis, but frequently enough to be prepared for it. With a little bit of luck, this really is going to be an in and out kind of situation. But as the governor points out, don't let your guard down yet. We've still got to wait for the backside of the circulation, those rain bands that currently are as far east as the Florida Panhandle. We've got to wait for those to come through before we can fully exhale. But the way things look right now, with the main energy of the storm about 120 to 150 miles southwest of the main circulation moving into St. Bernard Parish, that is a very good setup for us in terms of minimal impacts from this tropical storm. So I'll leave it with that and be happy to answer any questions later. Governor?
Yeah, again, I want to thank all of the public servants out there that have been working since Sunday to prepare us for this storm. We are grateful that this storm event seems to be one that we're not going to have to activate many of the services that would be required had the city or the state been impacted by a much more dangerous storm. So again, I want the citizens to know that this team has been working since Sunday to make sure that we had everything in place had the storm been a much more serious event. But again, I would remind the citizens of Louisiana that the responsibility also falls on you to be prepared when these weather events occur. And so we would encourage you to go to getagameplan.org. With that, we will take any questions.
We're going to start with weather questions, and then other questions can happen after.
Yeah, y'all got other questions? Yeah. Yep.
Governor, what's the main concern here? It sounds like mainly localized flooding, but what's the biggest concern that's going to hit Louisiana?
Look, I think the biggest concern about this storm was the path of the storm. In basically, they could have placed the storm right over the city of New Orleans. We know that the city of New Orleans is the most vulnerable city in the state to excessive rainfall events, and we know that the amount of rainfall that the city can take is really not a lot. And that's if all of the pumps are working and there is no problems. And so, you know, starting Sunday, I wanted to stress upon our team to make sure that we were checking our list, making sure that the pumps were activated, what would happen if pumps went down, what areas of the city would be the most vulnerable. And I think that this storm actually gives us a great exercise in making sure that we know the things that we could do in order to be able to get people out of harm's way and making sure that we can get to people if the worst case scenario happens. Again, I was telling the UCG Inside that for me, it's not a Category 5 hurricane, right? That keeps me up at night when I'm dealing with the city of New Orleans. It's actually a slow-moving tropical depression or tropical storm, just like what this could have been. And so, again, I think this was a great exercise in understanding what vulnerabilities the city still has. Again, I can tell you since last year, and I would remind everyone, last year during Hurricane Francine was the first time that the folks here at GOSEP had said that the governor's office had actually leaned in and spoke to the Sewage and Water Board before a hurricane approached the city of New Orleans. And that's something that we wanted to make routine.
You referenced that following that Sunday report that you would ask that all pumps, or make sure that all pumps are manned with the Sewage and Water Board. Did it surprise you that that wasn't the case before, and what other revelations did you discover with that report then?
Well, I mean, look, I think that every time a natural disaster affects the state of Louisiana, it's incumbent upon the elected officials to go back and find out what they did right and what they did wrong. And I think that after Hurricane Francine, right, we recognized that there were some problems with pumps not being manned. In fact, supposedly, I don't want to get into it, but the city flooded a couple of weeks ago, I guess, and supposedly they were not manned. Again, that was not maybe one of those events that they could see coming ahead of time, but I think it shows the importance of having the pumps manned. We're going to try to do more in cooperation with the city Sewage and Water Board to try to be more proactive in ensuring that those pumps are manned and that they're operating, and that look, things happen, pumps break, but we want to make sure that maintenance is done. We want to make sure that the pumps are in the best condition, and that if a pump is not operating, we need to know about it so that we can move the assets in place to compensate for that pump not working.
Hi, Governor, back here.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Have you had discussions with the leadership of the Sewage and Water Board about making sure that the equipment is properly functioning? And what will you do, even though this is a good scenario with Bertha, but going forward in that case?
Yeah, look, we have, since Hurricane Francine, we have consistently been in communication with the city and Sewage and Water Board. It's something that GOSEP works on consistently, even after hurricane season is really when they get real busy in making sure that we've learned what has happened from the prior hurricane season. I think that the things that you're seeing the Sewage and Water Board do in response to this storm are a product of the communications from Hurricane Francine and that are continuing. And we're look, it's not perfect right now. It's not where I would like it. I would like to see more modeling and more information readily available to GOSEP. Again, it's not a criticism of the Sewage and Water Board, but it's some things that I think that we can work on together.
Have you talked to?
Have we? Yeah, we talked to him. You talked to him today?
Yeah, we between us and the Corps of Engineers, yes, sir.
Yeah, and the Corps is here as well. Look, I will say, I think that the good news for the citizens of the state is that our agencies are working great together. The sheriff's departments, our levee boards, CIPRA, the Corps of Engineers, everybody is really working to make sure that we're focused on protecting life and property.
Any more weather questions?
Yes. Question for Jay. So is the path of the storm, like, do people in Lafayette Parish have anything to worry about when it comes to the storm or anywhere in that region?
Probably not. It doesn't mean the storm will be over for Acadiana and southwest Louisiana, but the storm will continue to weaken. And I'd like to point out one of or reinforce one of the things the governor was saying there. If we didn't have this shear going on, we probably would be looking at a hurricane making landfall today. So that's why we start preparing early, because we don't have a lot of flex time if things were to go south. As for the rest of the coastal parishes, they need to be aware that localized flooding is still a potential here. But we're not looking at widespread parish-wide or multi-parish flooding like we saw with the effects of Arthur, which was a storm that, if you remember, was doing all of its action in the core of the storm was back in Texas. The heat of the energy was 160, 170 miles east. here in central Louisiana. So all of these storms are unique, and that's why we want people to just stay aware, stay weather aware over the next couple of days. There's a decent chance that Bertha is just going to collapse in the next 48 to 60 hours or so. That's good news for everybody, including our friends in Texas. But don't count on that. Stay weather aware the next few days until you know that this storm is no longer a threat.
Now, is that the same story for the southern region of Acadiana, like Vermilion Parish,
Sure.
St. Mary?
Any of the coastal parishes, if there's going to be any significant flooding, it's most likely in those parishes. By the time the storm moves from southeast Louisiana into south central Louisiana, Acadiana, and then over towards closer to the Texas coast, the winds are not going to be a factor. It's going to all be about how much rain is still in the system. Now, some of that will also depend on whether the system does try to redevelop out over the coastal waters. There's a really low-end potential for that. Right now, it's not a critical concern, but that's one of the reasons why we want to stay weather aware, even as Bertha really weakens over the next 24 hours.
Any more?
Well, you just heard about Tropical Storm Bertha making landfall in Louisiana. They held that presser to talk about where situations stand there, but I want to take you.
Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.